Good evening and welcome to the Gentlemen's Sim Racing
for you, ladies and gentlemen, and have a look at Super 2 first up, and remind you that what we're doing here is about to bring you the 45-minute race that will bring the curtain down on the campaign and potentially another championship for Greg Favell. Of course, Damien Cairns took one off him last term. Favell's bounced back in a big way and made a statement this term and comes into this final round with a 78-point advantage over Jaden Green. Damien Cairns a little bit further back on 348 points, then Stephen Varga, 337. So the battle for third is on in earnest. 309 for Jake Slade, well clear of Angus Lawford, 243. 237 for Kurt Chapman, 231 for Trent Allen. So 6th, 7th, 8th, very much on the line there. And then we go back to Tim Nicol on 228, 208 for Mark Horton, makes up the top 10. And Sam Stride's just outside. But yeah, look at that. 15 points covers 6th through 9th in this championship. And that could change hands here depending upon the result of tonight's finale. Super 3, Daniel Snedden has one hand on the championship there, but he's got to watch his P's and Q's tonight. Got to dot the I's and cross the T's. 43 points the advantage over Mark McNamara. Aidan Schultz is a late omission here, and that's unfortunate for Schultz because he's going to drop off the podium. 272 for Liam Amos. He's the one that stands to gain from all of that. 268 for Wayne Visser. 256 for Greg Spencer. Then Tim Fuge, 238. 217 for David Lawler. Chris Tomlin, 209. Colin Bennett, 195. And Ryan Howe, 187. Make up the top 11. And I go one further there by virtue of the fact that Schultz is not on the grid. This grid is enormous, ladies and gentlemen. 45 deep, if you don't mind. Greg Favell on the front row alongside Jason Spriggs. and Angus Lawford alongside Trent Arnold on the second row. Mikey Hammond, great to see Mikey back on the grid after a weekend on the mainland last weekend. Jared Bailey's alongside him on the third row. Jake Slade, Damien Cairns, Kurt Chapman, Stephen Varga make up the first 5 rows of the grid. Sam Stride, Adam Proctor, Michael Schroeder, Jaden Green, Dane Snedden, Mickey Clifton, of course, Daniel Snedden, and Josh Zuno, with Aaron Bryan and Nick Fodiatis making up the top 20. Good to see Nick back on the grid. Sean Vandermeulen from row 11 alongside Bevan Moyes, Kurt Nommensen and Joe Baldwin from row 12, Chris Stark, Lorne McKee from 13, Jared Gilbert, Pete Matson from 14, Mark McNamara and Wayne Visser from row 15. 16, Colin Bennett, Eduardo Zamora, 17, Shane Ewens and Liam Amos, 18, Darren Harris, David Lawler, 19, Lachlan Thomas and Greg Spencer, 20, Patrick Hernal and Ryan Tegel. Have a look at them, backed up around the corner. This is an enormous field. 21, Chris Tomlin, Tim Fuge. 22, Mark Horton, Brendan Griffiths. And from row 23, hopefully, will be Tim Watson. Poor boy. Yep, 45 deep. That is a huge grid, Adam Lavis. Good evening to you.
Very good. Yeah, apologies for missing Zach's intro, guys. My headset drivers did an update. Whenever they do that, they decide to create their own new drivers. And I fixed it up Friday night, but I used a different project file for OBS on Friday, so I didn't realise I hadn't updated this one. But we're up and running now. We've got sound, everyone's here and stuff, so I'm sure Zach will make up for it, and surely you haven't missed too much. So ready for a big gritty. It'd be interesting to see. Like some of these guys might even make it to the front straight from how far back towards the bridge they are. Here we go.
Here we go. Ready to rock and roll.
Missing a few.
We have got a few that have either opted not to start or have opted to start from pit lane, and we've got one stored on the grid as well. Can you believe? Oh, jeez. Have a look at them lighting up on the main straight, trying to take action and avoid. No, that car's going to have to get on the toe rope, I would imagine.
He got going.
Thomas already showing off the circuit as well. Zuno, Fodiatis and Visser joined from the back of the queue. No Jared Bailey, no Tim Watson. And who was it on the start line? It was Jason Spriggs, down 37 spots. Tim Fuge has had to jump into the pit lane as well, and Fuge is actually parked up and done. So a disaster already for Tim Fuge. As we head up Mountain Straight for the first time, Spriggs is now on the tow rope as well. Drama from the outset at Mount Panorama, Bathurst. Greg Favell got the jump ahead of Angus Lawford, Michael Hammond, Trent Allen, Jake Slade and Damien Cairns make up the top 6 across the top for the first time. The field way too far spread out for the sake of it in the early stages here for my liking. Oh, look at this 2x2 across the top. Oh no! Into the wall goes Lorne McKee. He got some help. Can you believe this? Championship contenders, race contenders, dropping left, right and centre on the opening lap, and more trouble potentially here at the elbow. Let's have a look. No, we're all through okay.
Just a bunch of barbecues.
Oh boy. Can't quite believe what we've seen in the opening minute and 40 here. 100 seconds into 45 minutes. Can you believe it? Now, as soon as this quietens down a little bit, I'll go back and try and cover off some of the garbage I was talking earlier whilst we weren't on air. Can we have a look at the updated track and weather conditions as well, please, Adam? And just remind everybody that because of the change of server, we've clicked over to 9 o'clock the next morning. There goes Shane Ewens. There were a couple of others. Finding the grass on the exit of the chase, both inside and outside. My goodness. 4-kilometre winds, 48% humidity. Uh-oh, trouble at the final corner. 48% humidity, 23 degrees on track, 20 the ambient and partly cloudy conditions. Sean Vandermeulen in trouble. Shane Ewan's off the road. Jason Spriggs and Tim Fuge are parked up and done for the night. Jared Bailey, a non-starter despite qualifying, in 6th position on the grid. Jaden Green getting hung out to dry on the run through Griffin's Bend. And Greg Favell, 2:04.417 off the standing start. Oh. Out to a 2.7 second advantage already. Catch me if you can. A across the top. We're right on board with Michael Hammond. Trent Allen there in 4th. Let's just ride with Mikey down through the S's on the run towards the Dipper and then down to Forest Elbow. Clean run out of there was required to set up the run down Conrod straight. And he'll hit 6th gear at the top of the hill here. And he'll be on the rev limiter as they hit the kink. Getting a hurry up from Trent Allen, who's sitting there in 4th at the moment and got some cheering on in the form of Leith McClymont watching on from home at the moment as well. Good evening to you. 40 minutes to go, 41 minutes to go in fact. They hit Murray's for the 2nd time. Favell across the line, a 2:03.075. 2:03.075. Holy smoke, Greg Favell on a charge here in the early stages. And look further back as well, Sam Stride and Stephen Varga swapping real estate. Lawford under pressure here from Hammond and Allen and Slade. Uh-oh. Mick Clifton's had a moment coming out of Hell Corner. And he'll be compromised on the run up Mountain Straight. They're up on the outside. Sam Stride. On his inside is Stephen Varga. They've got Adam Proctor for company as well. Mick Clifton down the inside. Elbows out. Panel to panel rubbing. Oh, trouble. Jeez, that was looming as though we were destined for a track blockage.
There's so much 2x2 here.
And too much of it for my comfort. Millimetres within it. Oh, geez, that was a big wall rub. That was Jake Slade. I think you'll find. Kissing the concrete on the exit of the grate. How good are the cameras in the early stages too, ladies and gentlemen. It's like you're watching the real thing. Thank you, Adam Lavis. Very nicely done. Down to Forest Elbow one more time. 1-3 in the book. So you should get somewhere in the vicinity of, well, I would imagine 22 laps here tonight, folks. There will be a little bit of carryover time with, obviously, pit stops to play out. Whether there's 1 or 2, we'll find out. There will be a little bit of carryover time with regards to it being 2:03.075, so we're not quite at that 2-minute marker. But with all those considerations, we only have to start the 22nd lap of proceedings somewhere in the 45th minute of play to get it in. And I think we're well and truly capable of doing that. First time past the post after that clock expires is when the flag waves. So that that's a white flag rather. That last lap flag could come out any time from the start of the 44th minute. Oh, into the... Jeez, Kurt Nomenson did well to get it off the wall, to keep it off the wall. He got it all crossed up, locked up, out of shape, but did well not to taste concrete. Dylan Gray asking what the pole time was. I'm not sure, I have to be honest, mate. I didn't see it. We jumped into the server a little bit late in the piece. Let's go. This is the replay of the start. Oh, Lachlan Thomas and company spinning before they even got to the start-finish line. That was, of course, Hernal, yeah. And Hernal's on the tow rope now. Mark Horton's in pit lane. Geez, we've missed some garbage at the end of the first lap. I think we need to have a look. Jason Spriggs just went absolutely nowhere, and you know what? He said, that's it, I'm done. But I think he might get some help here. Oh, yep. Oh, we need to actually see that from the main Turn 1 camera, I think. Just have another look at that. Tim Fuge is going to have nowhere to go here. His real estate is going to... Bang. Yep. What on earth was Jason Spriggs thinking there? I'm normally not one to be critical of drivers and moments, but yeah, surely he could have just got on the anchors and hit the fast escape button there. Would have saved Tim Fuge a hell of a lot of trouble. There's Lorne McKee's moment at the top of the mountain. and this was at the bottom of the mountain. This is all the garbage that unfolded around the time of Sean Van Meulen's exit from the race. In fact, he was the cause. He got a little bit of a helping hand from Joe Baldwin just to finish it off, but by which point he was already gone. Oh yeah, look at the garbage that unfolded actually there after Van der Meulen got out of it. Pete Madsen was involved.
Hey, that curve at Murray's is catching a bunch of them out.
Yep. Oh, jeez. The Wilson security entry got a helping hand. Oh, one car squeezed through the gap that was slowly but surely disappearing. And that's Mark Horton done for the night. Pit lane's been a very, very vibrant hub of activity in the opening few laps. Wayne Visser was there on lap 1. And Darren Harris on lap 3. Oh, geez, Mark Horton. I think that was Sean Van der Meulen again, was it? This is Mark McNamara limping down to the elbow. We've got Curtin Robinson and Greg Spencer into pit lane right now. We've had Darren Harris onto pit lane. We've had Lorne McKee onto pit lane. Shane Newens onto pit lane. Patrick Colonel, David Lawler, Sean Van der Meulen, Mark Horton. Mark McNamara is still there. Jason Spriggs has got back out onto the racetrack after a stop of 4 minutes and 47 seconds. So that's interesting. That's news to me. Tim Fuge is done. Pete Madsen's parked up and done. He was in the pit lane for a minute and a half. And still this battle rages for second in the car race between Angus Lawford, Michael Hammond and Trent Allen, and also Jake Slade. We're right on board with Angus Lawford. Watch Hammond try and set this up. That's good promotion for Aussie races and Bailey Ladders, let me tell you. Some good front and centre airtime. Have a look at Hammond to the inside. He's had enough of sitting in behind Angus Lawford. Wants to go to second. Lawford to force the issue. Oh, boy. Hammond backs out of it. Lets Lawford continue.
Switch
The
back.
up and under on the exit. The up and under on the exit. Oh, Hammond's fed the grass. Did well to gather it up. Might lose a position here. On the outside they go. That's Trent Allen. Hammond on the inside to hold on. Breathing space for Lawford. Allen up on the outside. They're panel rubbing again, ladies and gentlemen. And Jake Slade's in there as well. Hammond under the pump, seriously. Having the pressure applied here from those in and around him. Lawford, Allen, Hammond, Slade, and now Damien Cairns makes it a 5-way fight for second. There was a spinner towards the back. I reckon that was lap traffic of Hurdle. Whew. So much to pick apart in the opening 11 minutes, and now Hammond's wide. Doors open. Here comes Jake Slade up the hill towards the cutting. Can Slade go around the outside? No. Oh, he can, but he hits the wall. He hits the wall. It's not terminal. He'll carry on. Now, in all of this, the leader of the Super 3 Championship race is Daniel Stedden in 14th at the moment, up 3 spots on where he started. There are winners and losers as far as the eye can see, ladies and gentlemen. Aaron Bryan's just jumped onto the tow rope. He's on pit road. So there's been an incident involving him, which we'll try and get back to. In the meantime, there is Stephen Varga, 8th place. Uh-oh. Got the curb awkwardly, and it put him into the wall. Didn't look like the biggest shunt. Didn't look like the biggest contact, but just the trouble he had getting out of there didn't make it worth it. And now he's gone. Kurt Chapman holding off Stephen Varga at the moment. These two are 4 seconds down the road on that battle for second, which is now actually a battle for third as Jake Slade comes to pit lane. Trent Allen has now got by Michael Hammond, and also Damien Cairns has got by Jake Slade. Slade on pit road. Chapman now and Varga come through. Angus Lawford had a little bit of breathing space, out beyond a second for the first time tonight. But all of this has allowed Greg Favell in 6.5 laps to open up an 8.6 second advantage. It's ridiculous. is absolutely ridiculous. And now Dane Snadden is showing at the top of your leaderboard, but that's not correct. He's just on the tow rope. There he goes, back down the order. So, I'm not sure whether he's on the tow rope or whether he's coming on his own accord there, folks. We'll see what's going on with Dane in just a moment. In the meantime, here is Kurt Chapman. They're pushing the limits tonight, Adam Lavis. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, man, there's plenty of them out there too, so everyone's got to have a battle buddy. So all over the place, everyone's got someone to race with.
And are you as surprised as I am that we didn't pack this server out tonight, mate? It seems very peculiar that we've thrown Bathurst up and we've only got 44 cars. Normally, we're knocking them back. Normally, the house is full. That wasn't the case tonight. Not as many ring-ins or cameo appearances as you would normally expect here.
Well, so far this season, like the Monday night this season, has been, the retention rate has been very high. So we haven't had a lot of people coming and going as much. So pretty much the numbers are pretty much stagnant because everyone is pretty much showing up most weeks. So that's probably part of the reason we haven't got that big influx is because it's just the same people who have shown up every week, and they're already in the server normally. So that's the numbers we've got.
Fair call. Fair call. Hopefully the numbers stick around for the GT3 as well. Very excited if they do that, I must say. End of an era. Oh, geez, that was Darren Harris meeting concrete in a big way.
That's Clifton who just snuck through and got a clip there.
Yep. And that just finished the job off. Unfortunately, don't forget, folks, if you are tuning in via Facebook, Twitch or YouTube, I've got my Facebook feed open, so feel free to fire in some comments and questions and some observations here. We are with you. Thanks to Sprite and Cider, thanks to Waste Options. Right through till about 11, 15, 12 o'clock tonight.
Mick didn't get through unscathed. He actually broke his steering from that clip.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. See you, Mick. And that might have been the engine going with the second impact. So, yeah, the attrition rate is high. Very high. Uh-oh, hello, Nick Fodiatis. And firstly, Kurt Nomanson.
The ticker moved as I was trying to do Kurt's incident.
I can't keep up with the attrition rate that's so far in the piece. This is, yeah, wow.
So I'm guessing this is where Clifton's broken his suspension. This little clip here. Yeah, full toe in. Look at it. That's
every day.
That's not going well.
Every day of the week. Kurt Nomanson, Darren Harris, Mick Clifton, David Lawler, all on pit road at the moment. We've got 2 retirements confirmed, being Pete Natson and Tim Fuge. We've got Jason Spriggs showing us 2.5 laps down at the moment. Greg Favell leads by 10.4 seconds to Angus Lawford and Michael Hammond. And Favell is just smashing them here. This is clinical. And look at Damien Cairns. Look at the clear air he's brought now that he's got out and about ahead of Kurt Chapman and Stephen Varga. Favell to pit lane. Greg Favell to pit lane at the end of lap 8. That should tell everybody that this is a 2-stopper. 16.5 minutes in, and what's that, 28.5 to go. This looks as though it's a 2-stopper for Greg Favell. Lawford, Hammond, Cairns, Chapman, Varga, all in on lap number 8. But the difference will be, Favell will have probably got out of his box before anyone else gets into theirs. Fuel, and possibly tyres as well. Here we go for Greg Favell. Michael Schroeder's going to come through and go on to lap 9 as the now race leader. Just leaving pit lane there, a couple of the others ahead of Greg Favell, but those are actually cars that are rejoining the race from a lap down, so don't worry too much about them. Favell out in 21.4 seconds. Everybody else still stationary. Trent Allen follows Favell through. Bevan Moyes, Michael Schroeder are now 1 and 2 in the car race. Have a look at that. 7.4 the margin between Schroeder and Moyes. And so that's not Bevan, obviously, following Michael Schroeder at the moment. Oh, pit lane is a flurry of activity. Can't keep up with it. Lap 8, the critical number for so many in this field. Daniel Snedden, Jared Gilbert, Joe Baldwin, Chris Stark, Nick Fodiatis, Ryan Tegel did stop that time around. Wayne Visser, Eduardo Zamora, Liam Amos, Chris Tomlin. Just about everyone's now stopped in this car race, with the exception of those two on screen, Michael Schroeder, and just beyond that, Bevan Moyes, 6.8 down the road. They are due on pit road very shortly. There'll be a few that are out of strategy here. Oh, trouble, Michael Hammond at the top of the hill. Oh, what a save that was. Jeez. How on earth did he catch that and keep it off the wall? That is one of the big moments you'll ever see. What on earth is going on here on the mountain? Up on the inside, and it looks as though he caught the curb. So it was Angus Lawford, wasn't it, that was the other car involved in that. And Lawford got away scot-free, but somehow, only he will know how that's happened, because if you have a look at it from the onboard, this is Damien Kansas' view of it. This is he who snuck through. Look at this. Oh, sliced through both Lawford and Hammond as the world was closing up on him. Now, that all stems back to, hang on. Greg Favell, what's going on here, please? Oh, no. Greg Favell, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? The championship leader is done. Is done. He'll be on pit lane, he'll be on the tow rope, but he will be done. We'll need to go back a little bit further to see that again, Adam Lavis. And for the
was there another car?
Yeah, there's another car. Watch this up here. There's a car moving slow.
That's McNamara, I think.
And he's tried to take evasive action to avoid him, and he's brought himself undone. And it's the second title decider on the trot where Greg Favell's ended up in trouble, in strife.
See the original incident.
It's McNamara. Bang!
Oh, he's just crunched it. And he's probably got next to no brakes now as well.
And he can't pull it up. And he's parked in the middle of the road, and he couldn't get out of there quick enough. And Favell's just had to go exit stage right, and he's ended up in the wall.
Now, Greg's going to want to try and get back out.
What the hell's going on here tonight, Adam Lavis?
I'm not sure if Greg's still going to want to try and get back out. He's going to tow. He's going to lose spots, but he's got no drop round, so he needs to get back out there and get points to hold his lead. Otherwise, he could lose another championship.
Correct. And his advantage coming into the night, I guess that's the only thing that works in his favour, is that Jaden Green also has no drop rounds, and Damien Cairns has no drop rounds. They've got -1 respectively for Vel and Cairns, and
Green's also back at 27th.
Green's got 0. So yeah, wow. Oh, more trouble. There was another car in the dirt on the top of the hill. This is Joe Baldwin we're looking at now in 12, staying out of trouble. It helps. Up 12 is Joe, in 12. What the hell? The Michael Hammond incident with Angus Lawford, that was big enough, right? And I'm sure we'll have another look at that. This is what's happened to Jaden Green, that car in all sorts of strife. It looks good too, except for the fact that it's crunched up. The paint scheme, the graphic design of it looks good.
So what's he done here?
So he's come out of the pit lane. Let's ride with Jaden Green just to try and suss out what the hell's going on. Up over the rise and down the hill.
Is he doing a classic old not pump the brakes situation over here at Griffins?
Potentially. Turn through the right
because it was
go up the hill. Oh, it crabbed and then it bent him.
Yeah, the cold tyres has got him.
Yep. So that's why Green's in trouble. Ryan Tegel's on pit road right now. 22 minutes to go. Trent Allen leads this race. That'll impress a lot of people. Jake Slade, Damien Ken, Stephen Vargas, Sam Stride, Adam Proctor, Kurt Chapman's just lost a bit of ground. Kurt Chapman is in 7th, but has lost some ground just this lap. Take a breath, folks. Alan Slade, Cairns, Vargas stride the leaders in Super 2. In Super 3, it's Snedden, it's Gilbert, Stark, Fodiatis and Amos. Now, Starkey would be loving that. But the big story, I mean, we need to have another look at, once we get time, have a look at the incident between both Michael Hammond and also, who was it down the order there, Angus Lawford. Now, Lawford's back on pit lane, has been for 3 minutes 20, so he's out of business. But what on earth happened there? Because it looked as though Hammond had the move done, but I'm going to go into bat for the great man, the 007, and say that I think that he's caught the ripple strip, and that's just unsettled him, and that's bumped him into Lawford. Right? Have a look at this. Have a look at... Watch Mikey on the right-hand side catch the ripple strip. That'll unsettle him. That'll bump him into Lawford, and that set off the chain reaction. When we saw it from the aerial shot, you could definitely see Mikey's car bobble once he caught the ripple strip. That's what set that off. The move was on, had it not been for this ripple strip right there. He caught the ripple strip before it came into shot. We'll get another look at it for you, I'm sure. But in the meantime, we pick up Josh Zuno. And Zuno's doing a beautiful job there. 13th at the moment. And Brendan Griffiths goes to 11th. Bevan Moyes comes to pit lane. And Josh Zuno is running 13th outright. Some of the gaps here are extraordinary. Trent Allen leads by 7 seconds. Jake Slade's got Damien Cairns for company. Have a look at pit lane. Isn't that disastrous? Now, has our mate Greg Favell got back out? Yes, he has. 23rd at the moment, it's Greg Favell. It's another case of what might have been this track bites hard. Now, there's Hammond again.
The key thing for Greg is he's still in the lead lap as well, so he's managed to get a tow and still in the lead lap, which is very unusual.
Yes. And I'm somewhat surprised some of the garbage we've seen here tonight hasn't triggered a safety car, quite frankly.
Oh, Trent Allen's coming into the chase now. He's at 11.9 laps. And Greg's at 11.27. So he's about 2/3 of a lap down.
Yep. Not bad. Not bad at all. Wow. Just can't really make sense of a lot of this at the moment. It's going to take a while. Hey, what an extraordinary weekend it's been, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, the officials 6 hour at the Glen, our Enduro 6 hour at Le Mans yesterday, the Real World 24 at the same venue. What great scenes they were. NASCAR from Iowa. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about NASCAR's on a circuit that dicky, quite frankly. But then, of course, we had some other great real world sport on that had nothing to do with motorsport whatsoever. The cricket, the swimming, it's been fantastic. And of course, we continue this weekend with Formula 1 and IndyCar back on your telly as well. Just heads up for those to avoid disappointment that might be thinking, where's Lee Diffie next Monday morning? When they get to Laguna Seca, the IndyCar Series will be without our own Lee Diffie because he's off calling the World Track and Field, the USA Track and Field Olympic Trials for NBC from this weekend. So you won't see him on the IndyCar coverage for a couple of weeks. In the meantime, we're riding with Damien Cairns across the top of Mount Panorama once more. 64 nights ago, we started this journey. In season 17 of the Platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, Term Tour 2024. This is night 1 of week 10, grand final week. Grand finals 1 and 2 coming your way tonight on the platforms of the GSRC across Facebook, Twitch and YouTube. Hard to believe 9 weeks and 1 day have passed since we were here. And when we get to GT3 a little bit later on tonight, it's the end of an era as we know it because we reinvent the wheel with GT3 next season. We reinvented it this season with the addition of wet weather, but next season it gets shaken and stirred even more with the introduction of the Ford Mustang. So we say goodbye to the GT tonight, and of course we await the arrival of Corvette as well. So GT3 is going to get its biggest shake-up in many a season here on the platforms of the GSRC from July 8th, the start of the new term. Can't wait to have you company for that. In the meantime, Bevan Moyes, 18th at the moment. All over the back of Liam Amos, going down through the S's and Dipper and on the run towards the elbows. 17 minutes to go. The big story is that we've got a Ford on top at Mount Panorama at the moment in the form of Trent Allen. Jake Slade there second, Damien Cairns, Stephen Varga, Sam Stride, Adam Proctor. Then Kurt Chapman, Daniel Snedden. Good luck race control picking all of this apart tonight.
So I think for Greg's championship situation, I think the fact that Green has also had the issue, that's probably taken some of the pressure off. Because basically, for Cairns to be able to jump, Cairns mathematically can beat Greg, but it involves Greg getting basically 0 and Cairns getting pretty much first or second with all the bonus points. So it's a very long shot. So as long as Favell stays out there and gets some points, which he will get at the moment, he's just securing himself to get his crown back.
But it's important that you say that as well. Bevan Moyes now, 17th, holding off Chris Tomlin. Next target, Eduardo Zamora, just up the road there. It's important that you say that, Adam Lavis. In fact, it's interesting because when you look at the margin, Green to Cairns, only 15 points. So it's very much looking like a team 1-2 here. Looming large for Accelerate, which is extraordinary. But yes, given the buffer he had coming into the round, which was 78 points, it was always going to take a lot, but he's made it interesting for us. That might be night done this time for Kurt. Bang. Let's just remind everybody of the attrition rate, right? Darren Harris is out, Pete Matson's out, Tim Fuge is out. Mick Clifton may as well be because he won't be classified on 75% now that he's 7 laps down. Mark Horton is done. Colin Bennett, Mark McNamara, both done. Patrick Colonel is 4 laps down at the moment, but if he stays on pit road any longer, he won't be classified either.
Stucky with the...
Oh, no. Josh Zuno's just on the tow rope now as well. Josh Zuno's just got onto the tow rope, so I think he might be done too, which is extraordinary. Let's have a look.
Watch Stucky's evasive action here.
Uh-oh. Yeah, great reaction from Starkey, but we've got another story developing. Not only is Josh on the tow rope and gone, but Greg Favell's back on the tow rope a second time as well. And Patrick Colonel, bang, concrete, done. I feel as though we're showing more replays with live action at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, but that's Mount Panorama for you. Jaden Green, bang. So that's one championship contender done. And here's the other. Firstly, Shane Newens up through the cutting. That's trademark cutting stuff, but he's only scraped the concrete there, so hopefully he's okay. This is Greg Favell coming into the cutting. And he's going to have nowhere to go, isn't he? Yep, bang. That's the front end of that car gone for the second time. He's broken the front end for the second time tonight. So Greg Favell, that's 2 strikes so far, and he's on a hat-trick for incidents around Mount Panorama tonight, and he's not going to have a fast repair this time round, so that's also going to be a retirement from him. Damien Cairns could be on track here. And that's what happened to Zoino. Are you kidding me? Whoever the scriptwriter is for when we go to Mount Panorama, they need a pay rise. My goodness. That is ridiculous. Jared Gilbert. Bang. Need to have a look at the list of those in pit lane at the moment. Greg Favell, Jared Gilbert, Shane Newens, Jaden Green. He's been there for 5.5 minutes. Patrick Colonel, I've already mentioned. Kurt Nomenson's got back out there, but he's 5 laps down. That could be an issue depending upon 75%. We'll have a look at that in a few moments. Everyone from 28 down is either on pit road, out of the race, or out of contention, but still circulating, and that's Kurt Nomenson and Kurt Nomenson only. Sean Vandermeulen is, by the looks of it, the last of the runners that is only a lap down. Everybody else is 2 or 3 laps down at the moment. And, oh no. Josh Zuno saying he had to bail to get the sun to sleep. Well, that's fair. But that's unfortunate for him. That
conveniently, I forget the wall though.
Real world commitments have got in the way, and he, yeah, of course, he scraped the wall as well. So I mean, it wasn't all. You can't just throw the wife and son under the bus for that one. Not all their fault, I wouldn't imagine. But now, Chris Tomlin and Greg Favell. Jason Spriggs comes through, goes up into 27th place. And will soon be 26 with Chris Tomlin still on pit road as well. So we've whittled it down to 26 runners. And now we've got Eduardo Zamora and Liam Amos topping up the tank for the run to the checkered flag. Trent Allen's already done that. So too Damien Cairns and Jake Slade. Everybody now getting ready for their final bit of strategy play here. Sam Stride, Stephen Varga, Kurt Chapman, Daniel Snedden. Bevan Moyes might be in a little bit of trouble because he stopped for the second time on lap 11. He may have to stop a third time yet. Joe Baldwin, Chris Stark have stopped on lap 15. Brendan Griffiths lap 14. Ryan Tegel lap 10 could be in trouble. Eduardo Zamora lap 15. He could be okay to get to the end. Next time by the line, we'll have 5, maybe 6 laps to go. I think it's going to be, oh geez, it's going to be too close to tell, really. Adam Proctor coming through now in the pit lane. Michael Hammond has already stopped twice, but one of those was a fast repair on lap 9. So Mikey's going to have an invoice to pay there. He comes in now. He should be okay to get to the end from here. Trent Allen will go through and take the effective race lead, and he'll do so with 10 minutes and 23 seconds on the clock. I tell you what, it's touch and go between 5 and 6 laps from here, given those guys are fueled up and are on their way to the flag. Given that they're running in the 204s, I'm leaning towards that this is a 5-lap race to the flag. If they maintain that pace, I'll tell you what, they could scrape in by about 1 second. Could scrape in by about 1 second an extra lap.
So it looks like Greg went to the pits to get that toe link fixed, and it looks like some of the boys didn't quite tighten the bolts up properly because he came out and the steering was still bent, so he's had to turn back again.
Oh, jeez. When it rains, it pours, doesn't it? There's your hat-trick. There's your hat-trick for Greg Favell. Cannot buy any luck tonight.
Chances are he probably got down to the optional repairs phase, and when you get to the optional repairs phase, there's a point where your car's good, but it doesn't really tell you where it is. So you've got to take a punt, and he probably took the punt just a little bit too early, so he probably didn't quite have the car up to snuff. Indeed.
So Trent Allen, and here's Joe Baldwin in 12th place. So Trent Allen's on track for a win, and not just any win, but a win at Mount Panorama and a win for Ford. The wins for Ford have been few and far between in this championship this season. This is extraordinary. And if this is an indication as to the sort of drama we're in for when we get to GT3, strap yourself in, buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, and hold on, because it is going to be very, very entertaining. Joe Baldwin on the cusp of a top 10 here, and certainly on track for a top 10 in division. Look at the moment. At the moment, Nick Fodiatis has 1 stop to go, but at the moment, he is the leader of Super 3. That will change. That will change shortly. He will need to stop again, having started from pit lane. So that will be all of a sudden advantage for Daniel Snedden, Chris Stark, and then after that, Fodiatis, I think, will be in the clear. I think he's still on track for top 3 in Super 3 here, is Nick.
And it's, it's not good when Greg's got time to comment in the chat while the car's getting repaired. So
yeah, that tells you everything, doesn't it? That tells you how bad it is when he's got time to comment from the cockpit. Dear oh dear. Just a forgettable night for Greg Favell. And that being said, the rest of the Accelerate stable, there's a few walking wounded in there. Have a look at this in the meantime. Michael Schroeder's not one of them, forcing the issue. Have a look at this on Bevan Moyes, and this is for position. Schroeder goes into the top 10 on the inside in Super 2. Oh, what about that? Schroeder goes to 11th outright and 10th in class. Joe Baldwin goes up to 9th in class and 10th outright. Daniel Snedden takes the lead away in Super 3 because Nick Fodiatis has come to pit lane, and Fodiatis is going to come out behind Chris Stark. Have a look at that. Those boys are going to duke it out, running up Mountain Straight. Have a look at that, side by side. Starkey's got Fodiatis for the moment. And if Nick can get the tyres up to temperature quick enough, third is on. And very much there for the taking, and they are locking doors. Oh, trouble on the run to Griffins. They got away with it barely. Whew. There's a few scores to be settled out there tonight. 3 laps to go, I think, for Trent Allen this time by the line. Let's just keep an eye on where Allen is when he comes back to the line in comparison to the clock. I think, oh, have a look at this. 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. There's 18 laps gone. Oh, I tell you what, he's just come across the line with, what's that, 6 minutes and 12 seconds on the clock, and he's going 2:04.7. So I reckon it's only 3 laps from here. I don't think Trent Allen's going to have to hold on any longer than 3 laps. And that will be a breathing sigh of relief for him, I would imagine, because look who's there. Damien Cairns is only 1.6 seconds away, Adam Lavis. But given the timings, I think we're going to run 21 laps and pretty much bang on 45 minutes. There you go.
I got a feeling Trent did the reverse strat and did the shorter stop on the first stop and the longer stop on the second stop, because Damien's second stop was 6 seconds faster, 7 seconds faster. That's where he's called him up here. So there is a chance we could have a run to the line if Damien can close this gap up.
And where do we sit with regards to the championship? Like, my goodness.
Like I said, Kenzie needs to either win, preferably win with bonus points, would be the better chance. Outside chance if he stays second place with bonus points, because I think he's like 90 something points behind. It's 90 points for the win. I think you need some bonus points to get over the hump.
Yeah. Now, if I'm going to minus 25% from 21, it's going to tell me that Greg Favell needs to complete 15.75, 15 and 3/4 laps. And he's just left pit lane again. He is on lap 16. So if he gets back to the line, he is classified. And those handful of points could be all the difference for Greg Favell. Certainly not the way, geez, look at Nick. Certainly not the way you want to go about securing a championship, but what a dramatic conclusion to the title fight. And what a way to, what a story. What a battle of survival it's been.
Ooh, Starkey scraped the wall there, but I don't think quite enough to damage the car, but it was close.
And Nick's right there, ready to pounce when they get to the elbow. Watch him down Conrod. We'll ride with these boys. We'll stick with this battle. Trent Allen, I reckon, is 2 laps from home. Keep an eye on the white flag next time by the line, Adam Lavis. I've got the feeling it's going to come. Next time by the line. Oh, Starkey has left the door open. Nick with the massive send down the inside. What about that? And he pulled it off as well. He pulled it up. Yep, sure. Had to use a little bit of Starkey's door to swipe off about, 5 or 6 kilometres here and there. But that is one of the dive bombs of the season, and neither one of them ended up in the wall. Nick Fodiatis goes to 3rd in class. Oh, actually, is that 2nd? Is it 2nd in class?
2nd, yeah.
Yeah, it is 2nd. So someone's pitted since those 2 pitted on lap 15 from Super 3 that we've missed along the line here. We'll try and find out who that was. So that is now for 2nd in Super 3 for Nick Fodiatis. Whew. Chris Tomlin showing off track at the moment. Might have been, Viz stopped on 16, so it might have been Viz. Might well have been Viz. In the meantime, this is what happened to Chris Tomlin at the elbow. Oh. Jeez. Righto. Setting ourselves up here, ladies and gentlemen, for one hell of a final lap. because the battle for second is on in Super 3. The battle for fourth is on outright in Super 2. That's Sam Stride. What a great run he's had. And Stephen Varga's in there for good measure. Varga in the slipstream down Conrod. Does Trent Allen get the final lap board this time by? Does Barney wave the white flag? He's across the line now. I reckon that white flag's got to be waving. Let's have a look. Down the main straight. Yes, it is. Picked it like a dirty nose. We are 1 lap from home. We are going to go 21 laps and bang on 45 minutes. Without Greg Favell setting the pace at the front of the field, with him running into trouble, that's denied us a 22nd lap, I'd say. Tomlin's engine, we believe, is done for the night. And here is Joe. Oh, Joe! Had 2 wheels on the grass and now loops it on the exits! Get it back on the track, Joe. Stick the boot into it, that's the way. He's still 10th in class. But by gee, that's a moment and a half. Stephen Varga now goes to 4th. Holding off Sam Stride. The run out of Griffins, up to the cutting. Let's have a look at this. He set this up on the run down Conrod. A dramatic conclusion to the championship. Certainly not the way you want to win one if you're Greg Favell, but that'd be a crushing way to lose it as well. So it's a double-edged sword, and I think he'd much prefer this side of the equation as dramatic and as chaotic as it's been. Jake Slade.
Damien Cairns is a mistake.
Fighting for dear life. Damien Cairns has run into trouble. Now Slade's run into trouble. They're setting up the run down Conrod. Cairns has had a moment across the top.
Oh, there's a car in the wall here.
Yeah, there's a car there, right there. Bang. Viz has left poor old Damien Cairns with nowhere to go, and Slade's now setting up for a move. Down Conrod. Final lap. Have a look at that. Jake Slade goes to second. This is astonishing stuff. And Trent Allen, on a night where the seas have parted and he's avoided a calamitous amount of carnage and chaos around him, will win at Mount Panorama. Trent Allen for Revolution E-Racing gets the job done for the FORDs on the final night of term in Super 2. Slade second, Cairns third. That could also fall right into the lap, play right into the arms of Greg Favell. 4th to Stephen Varga, 5th to Sam Stride. Adam Proctor's going to come home 6th. Anna Kurt Chapman, Michael Hammond. And now, 9th outright. 1st in class, Daniel Snedden. Round the final corner to take the checkered flag and grab himself a win in Super 3. How about that? Well done, Daniel Snedden, and that will be the championship as well. There's your Super 3 champion. Hey, what about this guy? Hasn't been here for a couple of weeks. What a way to bounce back. Right in the thick of the action in the closing stages as well with his good mate Chris Stark. Nick Bodiatis goes second in Super 3 and Starkey goes third. That's got to be one of his better performances. Greg Favell will did get home 18 laps classified. He will be classified. That is important to note. He was 18th in Super 2, I should say. And that will get him a few points, and that will help him across the line, I would imagine, on Damien Cairns to win the championship, but I don't want to count the chickens before they've hatched. Daniel Snedden's a Super 3 champion. We have had an extraordinary night here on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, and it's not even halfway near done because we've got a huge GT3 race from Road America coming up over 90 minutes. And if you're just joining us, you might be wondering, yes, because these guys have had an extended run tonight over 45 minutes, the normal start time for our mates in GT3, I should say, in both Pro and Am. We're bringing you the Pro split tonight. Tenchi going out in pursuit of title number 10. We will bring you that race, but it will be from the slightly later time of 8:45 Eastern Standard Time. And, of course, on the back end of that, the post-race show of all post-race shows that puts the full stop on the season. So if you're a night owl like me, strap in and buckle up because we're here till about 11:15, 11:20 tonight and looking forward to it immensely. Holy smoke, I don't even know where to begin with that one. Have a look at these blokes lining up for a chat here post-race. Daniel Sned and Greg Favell, we believe they're the two champions. Daniel's without shadow of a doubt. Greg's, I tell you what a dramatic way to seal it. Jake Slade, Jaden Green are here. So too, of course, Ryan Tagle, Damien Cairns, Kurt Nomanson, Chris Stark, Brendan Griffiths. Starkey, I'm going to get to you shortly because obviously there's some great racing that you've been immersed in tonight with Nick Fodiatis. We'll have a chat about that. We'll also have a chat about putting the full stop on this season and then, of course, looking towards next term as well. For everybody at home, that's how it ended. 6 seconds to win in the end for Trent Allen. Hopefully he'll jump in and have a chat to us as well. Jake Slade in for second, Damien Cairns, then Stephen Varga, Sam Stride, Adam Proctor, Kurt Chapman, Michael Hammond, Michael Schroeder, and Joe Baldwin in the top 10 there at the end. Very nicely done. What about that on the final lap as well? Damien Cairns running into trouble there in the dipper. Poor old Wayne Visser left him with nowhere to go. And Jake Slade's the beneficiary of that. Stephen Varga's about to join the party here as well. There are the Super 2 results for you. Let's get them off the screen for a moment. Let's go to Super 3. Important to note, Greg Favell was 18th classified, so he will net points there in Super 2. And Daniel Snedden from Nick Fodiatis, from Chris Stark, then huge gaps back to Eduardo Zamora, Craig Spencer, Aaron Bryan, Liam Amos, then of course Wayne Visser, ending on the tow rope, Shane Newens and Chris Tomlin. And a huge rate of attrition as far as positions gained and lost were concerned. 5 for Slade and Cairns, 6 for Varga, Stride, Proctor, 4 for Schroeder, 10 for Trucker, 8 for Bevan Moyes, 12 for Brendan Griffiths, 11 for Greg Spencer, 6 each for McKee and Amos. Nothing else to write home about there. 7 for Chris Tomlin, but everything else was in the negatives. And all the drama started at the very start, right as the green flag waved. Look at the amount of cars that were missing from the grid there, and then look at this. Jason Spriggs stalls on the grid, and all carnage ensues. Chaos erupts at Mount Panorama. How he didn't get collected until after he got going is beyond me. But then, unfortunately, this moment, how he did exit stage, left, and left poor old Tim Fuge with nowhere to go. I tell you what, you'd feel sorry for Tim Fuge, and you wouldn't blame him if there was a bit of red mist descending after that. All right, let's get into this post-race show. There's a cast of thousands here. Damien Cairns, I'm actually going to start with you, mate. Luckily, nowhere near enough damage to write you off there in the final stages. It was just a gentle nudge with Wayne Visser, of course, who left you nowhere to go. The joys of flying blind, as you often are around Mount Panorama with the nature of this racetrack. But unfortunately, that did cost you second place in the end, mate. There was no stopping Jake Slade on Conrod.
No, well, I had damage to the car. I think the steering wheel was over to the left halfway, and I was battling to keep it on the road. And so, yeah, I don't know what happened, whether he didn't hold brakes and just kept rolling into the corner, but didn't matter where I was going to hit him. And luckily enough, I had enough to keep going, because the new damage model, it doesn't take much, and your car's no good. So I held my breath and I kept driving, so I thought, oh well, see how far I can get. But I was having a really good race up to then. I was really enjoying it. So, oh well.
You might have been having a good race, but you were about the only one in your stable that was doing so.
Yeah, I heard a few of them on the radio, this and that.
Oh,
they were falling around, and even the guys I was sitting behind, I think I was sitting 8th, and then they just slowly kept disappearing.
Indeed. We're going to get your teammate very shortly, Greg Favell. We'll have a look at the championship standings as soon as they're crunched and calculated by Adam Lavis as well, just to put the full stop on this one. Heart must have been in the mouth there for a few moments tonight. When you realised that both Greg and also Jaden were in trouble, mate. But in the end, the fact that Greg was able to get back out there and net some points, that might just get him over the line.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you got to do, don't you? You can get back out there and finish the race, because you don't know what points are going to get you over the line and what isn't. I didn't hear anything. I knew Jake was behind about 3 or 4 or so. I don't know where he finished in the end.
I don't think he did, mate. I think he parked up. He was
okay.
Yeah.
okay, well that's bad luck for him. So I hope that'll be enough to at least jump me to second. And yeah, other than that, it was good to have a good race.
Numbers, well, you're one of the only ones that had a clean run around here tonight. Fair dinkum. Now it looks as though numbers 1 and 2 are going on the cars next season. But it looks as though your teammates got the number 1 back. And I believe there's some change in the air with regards to what cars we're going to see here in Super 2 and Super 3 next season. So there's a great air of anticipation around that. Let me ask you about your thoughts on the championship as a whole, where it was won, where it was lost from your standpoint.
Yeah, a couple of bad races. That's where one where I couldn't even get off the line. Another one, I think I missed one because I had a really bad back that time, and had I raced and pushed through it, I may have had enough points to be fighting Greg. But yeah, I think that's pretty much where it was lost. Back half of the year, great. Start of the year, not so great. So it was the start that cost me any chance of winning again.
Indeed. I mean, the competitive level of this championship, it feels as though it's lifted a bar, a notch or two this season. Would you agree with that?
Oh, 100%. It has definitely lifted. There's not just one or two of us out the front, but it could be any one of the top 10, really. On their given day, could be pushing you along. So yeah, no, it's really good to see them coming through and getting quicker.
Now, if I recall correctly, a couple of weeks ago, there was a bit of chatter from you and Greg about sinking your teeth into the Corvettes in GT3. Have those discussions progressed or what?
I don't know about Greg. I'm definitely interested. So more than likely, if everything going okay, I'll give these a miss next season and give the GT3s a go.
All right, very nicely done. Now, how do you spend the next couple of weeks? Monday night's all of a sudden a clear book again, only for a fortnight. So what's that? That's going to be June 24 and July 1, and then we reconvene on July 8. How do you spend that time off, mate?
Probably just get in there and do a few of the officials with the GT3 and try and get as much time in it as I can. Still got the vets on a Thursday night, V8 vets, so a bit of practice for that as well, and yeah, just have a bit of a rest again. Be good.
Good to see team spirit is alive and well there. Good to see a decent battle for the championship, even if 2 of the 3 are XSR boys. That's coming from the Revolutionary Racing Squad, so you can thank those boys for that a little bit later on. It says something about the form of the team, though, that Accelerate had 2 in the top 3 in the end there. Last one for you, because you said that if you go along the lines of GT3, you'll give this one a miss next season. Is that a time conscious decision, or is that just so that you're not muffling your focus and you can focus holus bolus on one campaign, mate?
Yeah, I think that's what it's going to be. Just it's such a tight fit between finishing here and then you've got to quickly jump over into the other server, and they're already qualifying, so it really makes it hard to put any good time into the GT3s if you're turning up in the last second. So so I'll just give that a focus, and we'll see how we go. It can be good fun, actually.
All right, mate, stick around there, because obviously as soon as Adam Lavis is done crunching the numbers, we'll have them up on the screen there for you, and you can have a look at them. All the best for the upcoming break, and we look forward to seeing you July 8.
No worries. Thank you very much.
I'm going to come back to you, Greg Favell, because I want to see the championship points on my screen before I before I introduce you. Let me bounce across. Let me go down to Trent Owen. Hey, mate, well done. Race winner at Mount Panorama. That's got a nice ring to it.
Yeah, thank you. I feel like retiring now. That's my one win. I'll take it. I'm going to have it anywhere to be at Bathurst.
Meanwhile, of course, Jaden Green's just chimed into the Discord comments and said, I'm more than happy to never race at Bathurst again. So it's one of those mixed nights as far as the emotions are concerned. Everyone's going to view it differently depending upon their results. But, mate, you mustn't have been able to believe your luck when the seas parted for you the way that they did. You started 4th, you made a good start, But then Greg Favell had taken off. Then there was the incident between, obviously, Mikey Hammond and also Aaron Bryan, I think it was. No, sorry, not Aaron Bryan. It was, name escapes me. I'm just having a look down through the order here. Angus Lawford, of course.
Yep.
That happens. Then Greg has his moment encountering lap traffic. You mustn't have been able to believe the luck that you brought in a couple of respects tonight. More so, Greg, than anything else, because you were right in the thick of the battle for second. You had the pace to go with them, and obviously they've come unstuck. So that opened up nicely for you, but then Greg was just icing on the cake, I guess.
Yeah, like, to be honest, I had quite a quiet race, really. I was trying to save fuel at the start and try to undercut the two boys in front, which worked. And then I just came around Skyline and there was Greg on the side of the road. So after that, it was just keeping a good pace, looking after the tyres. I completely overfueled in the last stop, but I'd rather that than underfuel. But yeah, for me, it was actually pretty quiet. It was actually pretty quiet. Very enjoyable though.
Indeed. Just having a look at some of the standings here throughout the course of the season, mate. I mean, there were a couple of DNSs from you earlier in the campaign, so really you had to make the final 8 races count. This is certainly the cream of the crop as far as your results are concerned, and a rare win for Ford in a Holden-dominated championship, mate. It's sounding sweeter the more I talk about it.
Yeah, it is. Especially after the last race, I had clutch problems and went from, I don't know, about 4th to nowhere. So this was a nice comeback and a nice finish to the year.
What are your thoughts on the next campaign, mates? I mean, there's some rumours, there's some discussion that will go back to the new gen supercars. Well, at least the most up-to-date ones that iRacing have. Does that entice you to have another crack at this and try and improve again?
I hope they stick with what they have here, but if I don't have much experience in the later generation stuff, so I'd have to get learning. But I really enjoy driving these cars. You can just sort of push them on the edge and hold them there and slide around. And I really enjoy them. I find the other cars quite hard to drive, but I haven't had a lot of time in the seat either. So, but I'm hoping whatever happens next year, there's more revolutionary racing guys out there, and I hope we fill the top 10.
All right, very nicely done. My good mate Nick Fodiatis has just reminded me that was a pit lane to 13th start to finish for him. So he's quite happy with himself, and rightly so tonight. We'll get back to him if he graces us with his presence here in the commentary box at some point tonight. I'm looking forward to hearing from him. In the meantime, one last one from you, Trent. How do you spend the next couple of weeks, mate?
Get to know my family again. Spend some time with the kids. It'll be nice to have a break. Honestly, Monday night's quite full on for us. So yeah, just have a nice break. Find out what I am driving next season and start practicing.
All right, very nicely done. And of course, a few of you will make up your mind fully once you see the full slate of races and what's offered on what night of the week as well, mate. Go well. Well done. A winner at Mount Panorama.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And I'm going to rip and tear through these as best I can, folks, because obviously there's only 13 minutes before the end of qualifying at Road America, and there's a cast of thousands to get to just yet. Jake Slade, what a night for you, hey? Up 5 spots from 7th to 2nd and secured 2nd on the run down Conrad on the final lap, mate. Well done.
Yeah, thank you, man. It was so eventful. Early on, I had a bit of a drama trying to get around the outside of Hammond. I put myself in just a bad spot at the cutting. Ran wide and clipped the wall, and honestly, this new damaged model, I didn't even hit it hard. The car still drove perfectly straight, perfectly fine, and I had a meatball, so I had to come in to do my stop I think it was about a lap or two before I sort of planned to. So I couldn't take the full fuel load that I wanted, so I was about 3 litres short. So the second stop meant I had to take a little bit more. And then to compound the mistake, locked the rears coming into the pit lane.
Oh dear. In saying all of that, mate, despite the little bits of drama along the way, great that hello Leith McClymont, nice to have you on board as well. Some subtle sledging going on there, but in amongst all of that drama and chaos, the fact that you were still able to get through and be in the right place at the right time. Obviously, if you were 6 seconds up, there's that spin there. Lucky that iRacing didn't pin you actually for an unsafe entry to pit lane. But in saying all of that, despite those little bits of drama along the way, mate, right place, right time, Damien Cairns' misfortune turned out to be your fortune and another podium finish.
Yeah, I just got a bit lucky. I just sort of knuckled down after the pit stop, the first one. Was just trying to put in consistent laps because this place, anything can happen, and that's exactly how it panned out. Just started putting in consistent laps. I started over driving a little bit towards the end because I was just starting to get a bit of a sniff of Mr. Damo, and started driving a bit hard and just cooked the tyres a bit, but it was still consistently decent. And then that last lap, I'm not even sure what happened, to be honest. I just a bit of a Stephen Bradbury moment, and really unfortunate for Damo, but yeah.
You look at the season that was, mate. Obviously, it's a top 10 championship finish. It's a good campaign. What have you got to do to, take the fight to the likes of Cairns, Green, and Favell next season?
I feel like I have lap pace. I just need to work on consistency. It's all good and well to be fast around one lap, but you've got to do it back to back and just minimise your mistakes. I've noticed a few mistakes in my driving style of late, whether it be me just over driving or what, but I just need to keep putting myself in pressure positions and try to be a bit more consistent while I'm under the pressure, and I think I'll be able to finish a bit higher next season.
All right, mate, very nicely done. Going to let you go at that point. All the best for the break. Look forward to seeing you on track next term.
Thanks, Zach. Appreciate the commentary, mate.
Always. Jaden Green, happy to see the end of Mount Panorama. However, thank heavens you weren't relying on that for a championship result.
Yeah, that was... Next question. That was terrible. But it just proves having one bad result in the championship can ruin your championship, so...
Absolutely it can.
And
wrong place, wrong time in a couple of instances there, mate. And obviously cold tyres at Griffin's Bend, bit hard too, I see.
Yeah, I just caught the curb and decided that it would be fun to try drift the car around and put it in the wall. And then second incident, I don't know what happened there. The car just wouldn't turn going into the dipper, so it just drove itself straight into the wall and blew the engine basically. I tried to get back out to complete the race, but I think I came up a lap short, so...
I think so. Just having a look, actually, I'm going down the order there. Yeah, I believe so, mate, but Adam Lavis will let us know for certain very shortly. Disappointing because obviously Jackson Rayhana, looking forward to seeing him on Thursday night as well when we get to Detroit. In the meantime, just going back to you, Jaden, I mean, this season has had some good moments along the way, mate. Obviously, tonight, not necessarily one of them, and disappointing that obviously Greg ran into trouble tonight, so you weren't able to capitalise on that. But when you're third to those two boys that have been the benchmark of the championship, I guess it just fuels the fire to come back and keep trying to go one better.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked when you mentioned me part of the big three before to Jake Slade, I think it was. But yeah, after I seen that Favell was in the pits with damage, I was pretty mad at myself. Like, extremely mad at myself. The boys could probably tell you that I was blowing up in Discord, so of all the races that I could have made a mistake, it had to be the one that he also made a mistake, so...
Indeed. We've got Brandon Griffiths, we've got Chris Stark, Kurt Nomanson all standing by. So too Daniel Snedden, and I definitely want to get to him. Stephen Varga, Greg Favell. I was going to say big three, but consistency wins championships, mate, and you have been consistent. The points reflect that. So, and clearly the best of the Fords as well, not without a little bit of a Trent Allen showing you up tonight. But it must be nice to see that on their night, those Fords have been able to be competitive against the Holdens.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, round one's probably my favourite round this season, mainly because I finished in front of everyone. So, but nah, it's it is competitive when you put the time into it. That's the big thing I found, especially when you got other people to help you out with it. So it does help when you got a few people that know how to set them up.
All right, yeah, well, that's exactly right. Hey, well done, mate. Got to fly here because there's still plenty of guys to chat to, but thanks for that. Well done on the race win earlier in the campaign. Well done on the championship result. Sure, maybe not the way you wanted to finish it off, but still, I believe it's a podium for the championship. I'll find out very shortly once Adam Lavis updates the server points for me. But you're right there or thereabouts, and we're looking forward to seeing what you bring to the table next term. Well done.
All right, thanks, and congrats to the XSR boys in the championship.
Indeed. And on that subject, we'll get to Greg Favell in just a moment. Hey, Stephen Varga, I'm going to come back to you if that's okay as well. Brandon Griffiths, I'll come back to you in a tick. Daniel Snedden, I need to go to you. Not only a race winner for Super 3 tonight, but also the series champion, mate. That's one hell of a way to finish it off. Given the drama that we saw in Super 2, for you to have as clean a run as you did in Super 3, bring it home in one piece and put the icing on the cake like that, that must make you feel so happy and relieved to get the job done and tick that final box.
Yeah, mate, absolutely stoked. Been practicing for this for weeks, so not this track, but just practicing this car, practicing racing around other people in this car. Had hiccups along the way, but just happy to come out and grab that 90 points with two hands and take that win for the season, mate.
Indeed. There are the final points, actually, ladies and gentlemen. It was a 99-point win in the end for Snedden over Mark McNamara. Liam Amos was third. Daylight, actually, between first to second and second to third. Amos, Spencer, only 6 points the difference there, and they both moved up in that final round. The big loser, as we thought it would be, was Aiden Schultz, who didn't start. Wayne Visser secured a top 5 finish despite drama on the final lap. David Lawler, Tim Few, Jaron Bryan, and Chris Tomlin, the top 10. I think we can confirm Super 2 at the moment, but I'll do that in a moment. Hold off Adam Lavis. We'll go there in a tick. Let me just finish with Daniel first here, mate. Now that you've won Super 3, the question is, do you jump up and have a crack at Super 2 and try and take the fight to the boys that are fighting in the main outright part of the league at the moment, or do you wait to see what the off season brings and make your judgments from there, or do you wait to see if Adam Lavis promotes you or not?
I think that's just to the powers that are there. So I don't make that decision. That just that just comes. So if that happens, that happens. I'm just gonna have to find some more pace. That race, I was pretty lucky to top 10 with a few guys actually getting or taken out or hitting a wall. This car's the damage model is just so hard. I've had so much trouble all week qualifying for it. So much head noise with it. I'm not going to get it right. How do I get it right? But yeah, when the race started, you can see the S3 guys on the leaderboard behind you, and when the relatives just ticking away, that's me just driving away. So I was happy with that.
3 things from you very quickly on the way out as we load into the GT3 server, and we know there'll be a little bit of carryover time here from qualifying the race server, folks. So we've got a little bit of time up our sleeve here. I want the highlight of the last 10 weeks for you, how you plan to spend the next 2 weeks before we get stuck into term 3. And then, of course, if you want to thank anybody, the floor is yours.
Well, that race right there was probably my highlight of the season. I'd like to thank all my sponsors, my wife for letting me drive my sim and not getting angry at me. And also just a bit more practice for this stuff next season. So thanks so much.
All right, mate. Hey, very well done. Congratulations. A clean run, which is why it went slightly unnoticed, because when you go and have a look at the replay, it was just carnage, and replays are plenty everywhere we looked. So well done on that, and all the best for the break.
Thanks, mate, and congratulations to Greg for taking the overall. Hope he comes back next season to do it again.
Actually, on that subject, I'll run through those results now, and it's unfortunately that not classified has actually cost poor old Jaden Green in the end, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news. There they are. Oh, jeez. Have a look at that. So, Stephen Varga, there's a reason I wanted to keep you around. You've been promoted up into 3rd place, and Jake Slade, actually, with that 2nd place result tonight, has jumped up as well. And poor old Jaden, still the best of the forwards, and well clear of Trent Allen, who's leapfrogged up a couple of spots there as well tonight, ahead of Kurt Chapman and Angus Lawford. Unfortunately, Jaden down into 5th place with that big 0 next to his name. Yeah, he was a couple of points, a couple of laps shy of not being, a couple of laps off being classified. Greg Favell, the champion, 467 played. Damien Cairns, 421, and Stephen Varga, 404. So quickly, round the room as we wrap up here. And if I'm holding anybody up, please don't let me. If you've got to go and jump into the GT3 race, we can talk to you at the end. But Stephen Varga, well done. An interesting run tonight, in the thick of it from the start to the finish. There were cars left, right, and centre. You were avoiding incidents at one point. You were trying to cement positions in other parts of the night. In the end, though, you did enough to get a top 3 in the championship, mate. Well done.
Thank you. First of all, I say sorry, Jaden. Sorry, but not sorry, if you know what I mean. I've seen you up there and I thought, shit, pardon mate, but I think you're in first or second, and I've got to try and do something special, try and keep it clean. Yeah. And coming into the pits, I screwed the pooch and decided to play in the sand pit the second time around. It was a bit unfortunate. I knew I had Sam Stride pretty close by. But yeah, it was a good race for all.
I'm looking my lips at this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm looking at this pro field we've got here, and have a look at the size of the field. 37, 8, 9 cars in the server ready for the race in just a few moments' time. Oh, it's going to be a fantastic night of GT3 racing here at Road America. Hey, Vargs, put a full stop on it for me, mate. What were you most impressed with in terms of your own performance this season, and what would you like to improve upon for next season?
I'd like to get a 3rd place in a race. That'd be great. I don't know how many 4th and 5th places I had, but they were a bit annoying in the end. I couldn't actually crack that podium.
And consistency's key, mate. And consistency is what ended up bagging you that podium outright in the championship.
That it is, that's true. But I'd like to say thanks to you guys for the broadcast, thanks to Race Control, thanks to Greg for the setups each week, thanks to Tim Nicol for bringing me on board, and yeah, thanks to Gentlemen Sim Racing.
All right, mate. Hey, very nicely done. Sorry we didn't get to chat for a little bit longer there, but well done. Great performance. Good luck with everything coming up in the next couple of weeks, and we look forward to seeing you come back onto the grid in a couple of weeks' time, trying to go, 1 or 2 better in that championship fight. Go well, mate.
Yeah, cheers.
Yes, there we go. Josh Zuno. The son's asleep, needed dad's magic touch. The endurance race went very smooth yesterday. Smaller turnout, but everyone was on their best behaviour. Gee, everyone on their best behaviour. Wow, okay. That's the first. I don't know if we've seen that tonight on Monday Night Motorsport. Hey, Greg Favell, congratulations. Champion again. Finally got the number 1 back off the teammate, but not without nearly throwing it away completely. The heart must have been in the mouth there, not once, twice, 3 times tonight. A hat-trick of incidents that resulted in you on the pit lane, on the tow rope, and just a turn of a night to bring the curtain down on what was an otherwise very successful run of the championship, mate.
Yeah, well, I think I'm going to need the next few weeks to get over that. You come over McPhilly Park, you're coming over a blind crest, and then there's a car just stopped on the race, and I had nothing I can do. I got the gap I wanted, and I was just managing the race, keeping it safe, and then, completely out of my hands. So, it's gut-wrenching, really, because Bathurst is the one you want to win, and put a bit of time in during the week to get it there, and disappointing.
And also disappointing too, mate, because that's 2 season finales on the trot now that haven't fallen into plan for you, and haven't gone the right way. But at least this one didn't cost you the championship. I guess that's the only saving grace.
No, it was very hard not to just go and have a coffee and come back after the race. After the first incident, I thought I better try and get as many laps as I can. And then with this new damage model, I haven't tried it out much, and I had 2 minutes of optional repairs left. I found, that'll be all right. Usually it's pretty good. And I come out and the steering was 90 degrees and wobbling all over the place, so I had to tow again.
Yep.
And then when that tow and the optional finally finished, I still have 45-degree angle on the wheel, so it was a fun last few laps.
Indeed. Hey, as you can see, we're getting ready for GT3, mate, so I've got to keep it short. But your thoughts on the next couple of weeks and what you're looking forward to most when we get to Term 3, and will we see you in a supercar or a GT3 on a Monday night here?
Oh, I can't really commit to the GT3s with work. The supercars I've had a bit of experience with, so you don't require as much practice. But I'll jump in with Damo if he's committed to GT3s. I'll definitely jump into the spare time I do have and try and get him up to speed and see how I go, and hopefully the final season I might be able to jump in.
Let's hope so. We'll keep our fingers crossed. We'd love to see you have a crack at the main course after dominating the entree. 3 championships on the trot for you, Accelerate boys. As you say, you're well versed with these supercars. If we go to the newer model, obviously the current gen spec in the real world's not in the sim world yet, but obviously the Mustangs and Holdens from the last era are in there. There's talk that they'll be front and centre for Super 2, Super 3 on a Monday night next term. What are your thoughts?
Oh, I'm happy to jump back into the current model. That's where I've done all my racing since I started sim racing. This is the first time I've been in the 2014 cars in this league, so which they are a lot of fun to drive, and I think most people prefer them. But
Yep.
yeah, no, happy to move on to the current, get some seat time again.
All right, very nicely done, mate. Congratulations on putting a very nice championship together, and look forward to seeing what you bring to the table next term.
All right, thanks guys. Thanks for the broadcast and everything you've done all season.
We're just jumping into race server now. Brendan Griffiths and Kurt Nomenson, stay there, guys, if you can, because I'm happy to come back and have a chat to you as soon as we get going here. Same goes to you, Starkey, because I want to get your thoughts on that brown pants moment when you got dive bombed at Forest Elbow. Let's have a look at the championship standings here in Waste Options GT3 Pro as we gear up for the season finale. Oh, geez. It's still mathematically there for somebody else other than M. Dench to win it. But given he's starting from second alongside his teammate Simon Nicholson, I tell you what, good luck everybody else. Jared Knight there in second position at the moment in the championship. 337 plays Richard Mitchum, 316. 283 for Oscar Haynes, 230 for David Johnson, 222 for Ash Collins. And Simon Nicholson, 219 points. Richard King, 217. 211 for Tommy Foster. 204 for Nick Wood, making up the top 10. The grid for tonight. We remind you that this is what it looks like. Nicholson, Dench the front row, Cooper, Muir the second row, Ruthwaite, Wood the third row, Woods, Zagorkas the fourth row, Jewell and Mitchum the fifth. Sixth row is Thomas Foster, Colby Callum, seventh row, Glenn Ardett, David Baz, eighth row, Jonathan Hooper, Adam Burhop, ninth row, Jared Knight, wow, he's well down the order tonight, and Andrew Hazard. Chuk Fung Wong, David Bernays, Fred Kahn, Matt Schmidtke from row 11, Jeff Adams, William Yarwood from 12, Dave Riddell, Paul Wood 13, Dave Oliver, Dane Snadden 14, Sean Benici, Greg Heaney 15, David Johnson, Daniel Piper 16, Adam Chiplin, Jackson Dial 17, Andrew Neal, Michael Edwards, Samuel Sproul and Oscar Haynes will make up the field. Whether we see all 38 cars line up on the grid or not remains to be seen, considering the last two there, Sproul and Haynes did not set a qualifying time. I'm not going to hold my breath, but 36 is better than nothing, and we are ready to rock and roll. Audi, Porsche, Lamborghini, BMW, Ferrari, all represented there in that top 20. And outside of that, I'm just waiting to see. No, one Mercedes in Samuel Sproul, no McLaren, no Ford. But brace yourself, folks, because I believe that this will be... Now, here we go. Josh Zuno just saying that the endurance race is on YouTube now. The endurance race from yesterday, if you want to go and have a look at it. There's the track and weather conditions for you. 45 degrees the track temperature, if you don't mind. My goodness. The winds are heading in a southeasterly sort of direction there, 145 degrees. 16 kilometre an hour winds. 3:05 in the afternoon server time. I don't have the ambient temperature there for you. I'm just looking to the timing screen. It tells me it's about 27 degrees ambient at the moment. 90 minutes the journey here. I've got Kurt Nomenson and Chris Stark on standby to have a chat to us very shortly. Brandon Griffiths has set himself out. Hopefully he'll come back at some point. But we're ready to rock and roll. This is a significant night for Waste Options GT3 on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club to bring the curtain down on the campaign. It is grand final night number 1 of season number 17 for this club. The last before a huge change in GT3 circles, and one that we are very excited about, with the introduction of the Mustang and the Corvette as well. But in the meantime, the status quo on one video racing from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Out of that for a field size. On the run down towards turn 1, 90 minutes the journey. Aaron Cooper, an early mover, trying to get down there on the inside and does so to keep Sam Muir at bay. Can everybody get through the first corner cleanly? We wait and see. Only 34 starters. No Sproul, no Haynes, no Stride, no Edwards, no Snadden. We knew that Sam Stride wouldn't be out there because he's in race control, ready to pull the trigger on the safety car if it needs deployment tonight. Down the back straight for the first time. Great start from Simon Nicholson. Matty Dench will play second fiddle to his teammate in the early stages here. Maybe save a little bit of juice along the way and tow the rest of the field along. We've seen them play this game 1,000 times before. Nicholson happy to play front runner and Denchy happy to tuck in behind in the early stages. It's a safe, clean getaway to this point of Sector 2 of Lap 1. I don't want to say too much yet though, because we've still got to navigate our way around the carousel and then down to Canada. And it can so often go belly up in this part of the circuit. Hold your breath. Aidan Luthwaite, a good jump up into 4th place. Dan Muir, Nick Wood, Ben Woods, that should be. Then Brenton Jewell, Richard Mitchum and Thomas Foster the top 10. So far it would appear as though we're good. Through the carousel, through the kink, on the run down to Canada. A safe getaway at Road America. You beauty. Greg Heaney slips back to 33rd place. And the last of the runners is Adam Chiplin at the moment. 34 start, 34 complete the opening lap. Simon Nicholson leads Audi to the line. And Matty Dench is 1 lap closer to title number 10. Perfect 10 on the trot. Kurt Normanson, welcome into you. Apologies for not getting to you in the tight turnaround there. See, this is the one thing, ladies and gentlemen, all season long, we have maybe 3 or 4 people that come in for a chat post-race in a Super 2 or Super 3 race. Tonight we had 1,000. Kurt, thanks for sticking around, mate. Unfortunately, you were one of the walking wounded at the end there, a couple of wall clouts, but at least you hung in there and stuck it out.
Yeah, I think most of that was the damage model. You just lightly kiss the wall and you get a meatball flag, or the car just doesn't turn. So I think with a little bit of tweaking, that would have been a good model. But yeah, no, just a night to forget. And right at the end of the race, it decided to snap as I went through McPhillamy and put me in the fence right in front of Eduardo. So. Oh
dear. And Glenn Arnott's just had an off-track moment here as well. Dropped down to the bottom of the field, ladies and gentlemen. He drives now in 34th place in the BMW. Only 5 manufacturers out there tonight out of the possible 8. That becomes 9 from next season, and we're very excited about that. Give us your thoughts on the traffic, the congestion, and the amount of trouble and the amount of incidents that we saw out there, Kurt, because we didn't know where to look. It was just hectic for 45 minutes. I can only imagine what it was like in the cockpit.
Yeah, there was a lot going on. A few times I had to either move across the track where I didn't want to be to move around a car that had either kissed the wall or something, or just, yeah, there was a lot going on. A very, very busy track tonight. I was unfortunately one of those. Thankfully, I didn't clean anyone else up, so I didn't ruin anyone else's race, and I'm pretty happy with that. So, yeah, very, very busy track out there.
Now, if memory serves, we've seen you out on track in GT3 in the past, have we not?
Yes.
Are you out on track right now or not?
Yes, I'm currently running at the back of the train right now on track.
Excellent. Well, so you're in the, are you in the GT3 AM split, mate?
Yes, I'm in the AM split at the moment, so.
Excellent. Well, how about I'll let you go so that you can keep focused on that, and we'll touch base at the end, and you can give us some insights into how the AM race went.
Yeah, too easy. I'll see you guys at the end of this.
Very nicely done. I feel sorry for poor old Kurt, because sometimes, Adam Lavis, as you know, some drivers handle talking to us and driving better than others.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. It's one of those tricky things to do. Like, it just takes out a little bit of concentration away from you. You lose a couple of tenths when you try and talk to somebody on the comms.
Exactly. And we used to do in-race reporting as a, common practice, commonplace around here. Down the inside, David Baz is about to lose 11th place to Adam Burhop. Goes down on the inside, goes to 11th, does the BMW. Audi's dominating the top 10 at the moment, 5 of them in the top 10. You've also got a Porsche, a Lambo, a BMW, a Ferrari, and a second Porsche and Colby Callum in the top 10 at the moment. Car 31, Simon Nicholson, 205.99, and Matty Dench, 205.94. The fastest laps of the race thus far. We're an empty commentary box all of a sudden. Jeez, it was crowded in here for a little while there. Hope you enjoyed hearing from everybody there, ladies and gentlemen. It was good to catch up with them. Colby Cowan, whoa! That's as close as you want to be to on the limit through the kink. All four wheels in the grass. Had it been, you know, slightly, like that. Sam Muir. Oh, jeez. The first big one of the night comes in the kink, as we expected. We thought it would be lap 1. It was actually lap 2. Sam Muir crunch into the concrete and caught one of the... Is that one of the... No, it wasn't one of the Twitchy Foot boys, was it? Yes, it was, actually. It was Benny Woods. Benny Woods on the tow rope. And Sam Muir's done for the night. Ben Woods has got back out there, having been able to get back to the lane at least. William Yarwood's now on pit lane. Look at that, bang, Armco. See, and that's why the moment through there for Colby Cowan was as, you know, lucky as you could ever get, because it can so often end up, very rarely do you get away unscathed when you hit the grass through there. Very often it'll end up sending you one way or the other into that Armco. So Cowan can buy himself a lottery ticket if he got away with that one. He may not be so lucky next time round, and you've already seen evidence of that behind him. Denchi, 205.642. Fastest lap of the race for car number 1. Updating on the bottom of your screen there as we go. Brayton Cider, Gentlemen Sim Racing Club action for you. Waste Options GT3. Night 1 of week 10 in term 2 of 2024. Season number 17 for this club. It's just extraordinary that it just continues to go from strength to strength to strength. Nick Vodiatis also getting back to me a little bit earlier on, and we appreciate that, mate. Yes, Revolution E-Racing. Tight field to deal with for Adam Burhop. Oh, there'll be... I saw Graham Stewart's name popping up there earlier, so I reckon there'll be a fair bit of pressure on Adam Burhop tonight. Here's Andrew Neal. And there goes Andrew Neal. Nick was quick to point out as well that third place... Oh, dear. In Super 3, what came after... that second place in Super 3 came after 6 weeks off, and his PC is still... average to you-know-what house. Down the proverbial it went. So, yes, if he can get that PC going along nicely again, or if he can get his hands on a new, fresh one, it's going to be good to watch Nick Vodiatis back out there in action in the months and weeks ahead. In the meantime, 8 minutes and 40 seconds gone here at Road America. Nick Wood in 5th place at the moment for Twitchy Foot. You got Nicholson and Dench 1 and 2. Cooper's going with them. They've got 2.8 seconds back to the Lambo of Aidan Luthwaite. So that's the interesting thing tonight as well. You got Audi, you got Porsche, you got Lambo, you got BMW, you got Ferrari, all represented out there, as I said earlier. No Mercedes, no McLaren, no Ford. Remember last time I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying that last time we came here for a 90-minute finale for GT3, it was Matty Dench in the Ford GT. Showing everybody up. There won't be any of that next season because no one will be going for the GT when they can go for the Mustang. Graham's stuck at work tonight, but no doubt keeping a keen eye on things. 1 hour and 30 minutes is the race distance here, folks. But yeah, Denchi in the GT, that was clinical. That was something to behold. What's going to be interesting now, Adam, is that, he's wrapped up different championships here on these platforms in GT3 in 6 of the different manufacturers, if I've done my maths right. He's still got to tick off the BMW, doesn't he? And he's still got to tick off the Ford, and now, of course, you can add Corvette to it as well. So we've got to hold on to Denchi for at least 3 seasons yet.
Well, it's one of his things. GT3 is one of the things he enjoys racing, so I'm not sure he's finished here. But it's up to these guys to try and find that little bit extra to try and get with him and put him under pressure. Because we've seen sometimes when he gets in the pack, things can happen. Either he can overdrive himself, he can try and push himself a bit too hard, or he can just get caught up in other people's mistakes. So it's a matter of these guys trying to force him to get back in that pack and put that risk on him and also just outdrive him. So it's one of those things that's going to be hard to do. He is one of the top drivers in the club, but there's always room for improvement for everybody else to catch up and bring it to him.
Indeed. Well, agreed. It will be sad. It is the end of an era in one sense, but I mean the participation numbers would suggest, oh, here we go, David Baz in trouble, about to get gobbled up down the back straight between turns 3 and 5. Has lost 2 spots already, dropped to 15th. Has got Chook Fung Wong and David Bernays for company here. It's a 5-way fight at the moment for 13th, led by Andrew Hazard. Adam Burhop sitting in 9th ahead of Sergei Zagorkas. Zagorkas has actually got back. But,
what was that?
Trouble.
That was all sort of messed up.
Dear, oh dear. Agreed. It wouldn't be bad to have Simon Cox back for obvious reasons. Because, you know, he's not getting enough pressure from his teammate Simon Nicholson, so we need Coxie back. We need a few people back for next season, I think. That's the only way the pressure's going to get applied to Denchi going forward. Just going back to the demise of the Ford GT, yeah. Look, oh, Aaron Cooper hanging it out to dry. Jordan Malcolm's had a steer of the Ford GT in the past. He's sending his condolences. Now, it's interesting because, I mean, it is sad, but it's not sad at the same time. It'd be sad if Ford was disappearing altogether, but let's be honest. In terms of the take-up, it's been very, you know, the Ford GT's gone rather unloved over the course of 16, 17 seasons. So, I mean, to see it phased out in favour of the new breath of fresh air, the new lease of life that everybody's raving about, I'm just excited to see regular Ford representation on this grid and in good proportion as well going forward. What will be interesting is the divide, the numbers between, you know, how many go for the Corvette and how many go for the Mustang. That will be where the interest lies for next season. There'll be some sort of manufacturer battle there for the taking. Sergey under the pump here as Jared Knight gets on by now. Knighty's on a charge. Knighty is on a mission to get up into position number 11 from 17th on the grid. Going along nicely. Next target is Colby Callum. Have a look at this. Have a look at some of the garbage. A moment of silence at the end for the passing of the mighty Ford GT. How about that? And Kurt's just chimed in again saying tonight's a night to forget for the whole team, it seems. Oh dear. Have a look at Brenton Jewell! Brenton Jewell have come together! Brenton Jewell and the BMW is in the grass! Forcing the issue this early into a 90-minute race doesn't seem sensible. Clearly the move was on, but neither one wanted to give. And Ruthwaite maintains 4th as Jewell drops down to 12th, and he was up 5 spots at the time. He had started 9th on the grid. He had worked his way up to 4th. With this move here, oh dear. Have a look at this. On the inside, on the run up to 6. Through they went, and oh geez, I tell you what. I feel for Brenton Jewell there because I feel as though he had the move complete. And it might have been, the onus might have been on Luthwaite there to yield. I tell you what, Race Control have got their work cut out for them tonight. Greg Heaney in the meanwhile, also looping at turn 6. Yeah, bye-bye Henry, hello Sally. Yeah, exactly. Mustang Sally's on the way on July 8 on the platforms of the GSRC. Really looking forward to that, especially if what we saw from the FORD brigade over at the Circuit de la Sarthe over the weekend is anything to go by. What are we? 8 laps in. This is lap 8. We're only 15 minutes in, and already more action than you'd normally expect in a GT3 race, Adam Lavis. Normally they're a bit more tame than this. I don't know what's going on. There's something in the water tonight. Normally they're a bit more tame. Normally they're a little bit more sensible because they know that there's a long game to be played here and that it's not going to be won in the first stint, but it can certainly be lost in the opening stint.
Well, I think the issue is that the few guys are qualified out of place, and the field is just starting to separate in little packs, and some of the guys are not in the pack they want to be in, and they know they can see that pack ahead just starting to pull away, so they need to try and get a move on, and it's just causing a little bit of desperation here and there, and then some other stuff was just a little bit of misjudgment with the spacing and things like that. So it's one of those tracks. So it's very easy to make a mistake around here because it's dead flat. Lots of fast corners where you commit to the corner early, and by the time you realise you made a mistake, you've already committed. So especially around the kink and things like that. So very tricky track, and a very fun track. And don't forget, almost the strike rate of GT3s at Road America and people running out of fuel in the last section of the race is very high. So we have to see if these guys are on top of that when we get to the end of the race to make sure that someone like Denchi and Simon don't sneak the extra lap in and catch a few out with the fuel numbers.
And if anyone's going to do it, it will be Dench and Nico. There's no doubt about that. Nico controlling the race at the moment. They are 2 seconds up the road from Aaron Cooper, who has 7 seconds on Aiden Luthwaite. And this is David Baz again running into trouble, again at turn 6.
He's put
or
the
maybe
pin.
7. No, he's just put the pin, that's it. He's done. And I'll tell you what, that's the other interesting element of next. I mean, that paint scheme's magnificent, by the way. I love the Ferrari paint scheme that David Baz has got going there. The signature Ferrari red
not
with
even
a
yellow.
little bit of prancing horse yellow. Yeah.
It's not even a yellow paint job. What's going on?
Well, yeah, but there's enough yellow in it. Let's be honest. There is enough yellow in it to give it to him. Give him some points. All right. David Baz on pit lane. Sam Muir's already parked up. Adam Chiplin has been to pit lane at the end of lap 4 to Andrew Neil. Oh, geez, not this early in the piece, boys. Hang on, what are we doing here? They are forcing the issue here. Aiden Luthwaite's been swamped. They're ganging up on the youngster. He's 5th at the moment. He could be 6th coming off the corner. They're 3 wide going up their turn 6. Are you boys insane? Luthwaite backs out of it this time by. Oh, no. Trouble. Gone again. Can you believe that? Thomas Foster this time round. Advantage Nick Wood. A leg up for Nick Wood. Luthwaite involved in his second incident tonight. Let's have a look at the replay.
Annoyingly, that would have been perfect if I hit the wrong camera, but I got the driver camera instead of the mirror camera.
Well, Luthwaite had no role in that one. To be fair, he just had to take evasive action. It was Foster trying to get up on the inside, but got squeezed by Nick Wood. Oh, boy. So, have a look at it again.
This is what I was aiming for, and I missed it.
Yeah, that's Nick Wood. He's just closed the door, but to be fair, with Luthwaite there, he probably wouldn't have even seen until it was too late. Probably would not have seen Thomas Foster. Now, Paul Wood in 14th at the moment. Woodsy's up 12 spots already. Woodsy's a quite achiever. Whew. I reckon there was a bit of dirt being kicked up there by one of the cars in behind Paul Wood as well, coming through the kink. Maybe a Dave Oliver or an Andrew Hazard or a Fred Kahn. In the meantime, we can tell you that, yeah, Ben Woods has been to pit lane and got back out again. William Yarwood came to pit lane at the end of lap 3 and got back out again. They are 29th, 30th, 31st and 32nd at the moment, the boys for the stop. Baz is out of the race. Muir's out of the race. We started with 34. We're down to 32. And just getting a message from Chris Stark now as well. And apologies to Starkey, because we didn't get a chance to chat to him earlier. But yes, he's quite proud of the fact, as we all should be here on the platforms of the GSRC, that we are one of the top leagues in iRacing right around, not just Australia, but the world at the moment in terms of member interest and participation numbers. I mean, it is just extraordinary that this club continues to go from strength to strength to strength in its 5th year and its 17th season. We are immensely proud of that, and so should you be, however you've played your role over that course of time, ladies and gentlemen, be it as a commentator, a broadcaster, a racer, a sponsor, or a viewer. Of course, we're nothing without the viewers tuning in at home. Now, down the inside, Matt Schmidtke. Oh, jeez, it's hairy, isn't it? Even for 23rd and 22nd position on the racetrack, it is hairy out there tonight. It's a survival of the fittest. Dare to be brave. Kurt Nomanson has unfortunately rejoined us a lot earlier than we were expecting in the central commentary position, which can only mean one thing. You're parked up and done for the night. What happened?
Yeah, I'm so far off the pace because my pedals are they're playing up. I can't get to full throttle or it feathers off full throttle and I'm about 2 seconds off pace on even the back of the pack, so it makes it a bit undrivable at the moment.
It does indeed. Now, where did we get to? We were talking about Super 3 and Super 2 with you there earlier. I mean, obviously, we've still got the rest of this week to get through yet. We're going to see you Thursday night. But then, how do you spend the 2 weeks off where there's no GSRC racing, mate?
I've still got a little bit of other league racing. Lane Sheep are just trying to do some fun stuff as a small thing. So
yep.
I'll probably do that. I'm teamed up with some of the boys from there doing GT3 for just a couple of short-hour races. I think they're 4-hour races, I think.
Yep.
A little bit of enduro league, because we're an enduro-based team, so...
Yep.
A little bit of fun there. Yeah, mainly do officials in the GT3, getting ready for next season, I think. Getting used to the Mustang a little bit more.
Well, that's exactly right. I'll come back to you on that in just a moment. Brenton Jules come to pit lane, so too Jared Knight. So those two on pit road. For the first time this evening, the top 25 in the race yet to stop, so too Greg Heaney. Everybody else has transited the lane at least once. Now, normally around here, around Road America, we're looking at, look at the numbers. We're in the high 205s. Whoa, David Bernays being passed there on the inside by Thomas Foster. Back trail up into 10th place, and Paul Wood says, I'll capitalise. I'll have a piece of that as well if you don't mind. And he goes to 11th. What a great opening stint from Paul Wood, up 15 spots. That is a magnificent charge from the Ferrari. So there's two things that are going to be interesting here, boys. And obviously, Kurt's happy to stay in here whilst he's 2 seconds off the pace and just enjoy the ride with us. And we'll get some updates from the AM split as we go. But two fascinating elements to tonight. One, three actually. How far are we going to get in terms of laps now? If we're looking at 205, 206 is the threshold. Let's call it 206. So that's going to give you, 10 sixes are 60, so that's 10 laps every 21 minutes. So 40 laps in 84 minutes. And then you've got another 6 minutes to play with from there. You've got, I think we're saying 2 stops tonight, Adam Lavis. So we're looking at probably a 43-lap race tonight, ladies and gentlemen. If we're unlucky, it'll be 42. But the pace of the leaders at the moment, I would suspect that it'll be 43. So let's do those maths very, very quickly and press on. Every 10 laps, 21 minutes. 421s are 84. And then obviously whatever's trickled over to get us up to 90 minutes. So, and remembering that you can start that last lap in the last minute of regular time. So even though 2 laps gets you to 88.25 minutes, then you carry over time with the pit stops. It's not a full 1 minute transit of the lane, I don't think, here. So we should be okay to get a 43rd lap in. If not, then it's 42 by the skin of our teeth. If we do go 43, it will result in a little amount of overtime. But what should be noted here is that we've already seen pit stops. As Greg Heaney now comes to the lane, we've seen a couple of guys stop at the end of lap 10. But the leaders are still running. They're on lap 12. So we're counting back now. If it's a 2-stop race, when they're doing
the reverse strap, but they're cutting it fine. Because I believe it's about 35 minutes ish for a full tank of fuel. So that puts you to 70. And if they've pitted at 20-minute mark, they've left no room for the extra lap. So they could be the guys we're talking about of having that last lap issue with the fuel.
Yep. So what you're saying is, if you're about that 35-minute mark, then you're about that 16-lap mark, aren't you? 16, 17. Remembering, 10 laps gets you 21 minutes. So another 10.5 minutes on that is another 5 laps. So that's 16. But you're not then yet at that 35-minute threshold. So probably 17 laps. So around that lap 17 marker is where you want to see drivers coming into the pit lane. And at the moment, we're a long way off that because we're still circling lap 12. We've just completed lap 12. The leaders have started lap 13. But we're well down the order here in 17th at the moment. And that's a fair indication as well, Adam Lavis, to how far, just look at the track map, how far spread out this field is already. It didn't take long. Back to Adam Burhop. On a nice little charge here at the moment is Adam Burhop. Best place to the BMWs. 6th place. So one fascinating element is the fuel game. The second is being the end of an era in one sense, the fact that we know that Ford and obviously Corvette become a big part of the picture next term. Ford comes back into the fold and Corvette joins the fold. What sort of presence they're going to have, we've done that to death already. But what will be also interesting for mine, just from a numerical standpoint, a statistical standpoint, have a look at Aidan Luthwaite down the inside, go to 4th. On Nick Wood. Aaron Burhop wants a piece of that as well. Thanks very much. Burhop and Luthwaite swamp on Wood, and Nick slots back to 6th. What's going to be interesting there as well, Adam Lavis, is there's still going to be another 7 manufacturers that these guys can choose from. So who decides to stay loyal to where they're comfortable at the moment versus who gets out of their comfort zone versus those who are committed to trying the new cars. Fascinating opening night of the new term coming up on July 8th, because even though Audi, Porsche, Lambo, BMW and Ferrari have played such an integral part in getting the GT3 series on the platforms of GSRC to where they are and where it is, I should say, it feels as though they're going to play a minor or a supporting role from next season.
As you'll see later on when we look at the next season's little slideshow I made, I have already made that comment. It's already part of the slideshow.
Excellent. Very good. Excellent. I love it. I love it. It's already on top of it, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, on that subject, no one's told me yet whether it's going to be tonight, tomorrow night, or Thursday night that we're doing the full reveal of what's on when. So
we can probably see how we go with tonight. If I got it ready, so whenever we got time, if we get time tonight, we'll go through it. Otherwise, we can do it tomorrow night when we got a bit more time, or we can do both, either or, whatever suits. We'll see how we go. Play by ear.
It's ready tonight. Wow, look at you guys go. You dotted the I's, crossed the T's. Something about being very well organised about you lot this year. Well done. And brought yourself a 2-week break as well, and still organised. Excellent stuff. Righto, so stick around because we might drop that tonight, ladies and gentlemen, just so that we can stop the rot and the nonsense of the chatter and put everyone's theories to rest. Now, Adam Burhop, big dive down the inside. Luthwaite trying to close the door. Oh, I tell you what, they
did touch.
Themselves unstuck. They definitely made contact, and that's invited the twitchy foot stable of Nick Wood and Richard Mitchum back into the fight. Oh boy. Have a look at this. Lambo, BMW, 2 Audis. Get back to the Porsche Colby Calm, the Audi of the young Austrian, Sergei Zagorkas. He's in there as well. It is all happening here on a Monday night. We knew that Road America would dish up the goods and deliver, and it hasn't disappointed yet. We are only 29 minutes into a 90-minute enduro to round out the campaign. So much still to play out here. Nicholson and Dench have bolted. Aaron Cooper's running a very lonely third. We'll get back to Kurt Nommensen very shortly. We'll get some comments from him throughout the course of the night. But in the meantime, yeah, we're watching Aidan Luthwaite, who's been a big talking point throughout the course of this season, not just through GT3, but predominantly through Super Formula Lights. The fight that he's had with Jackson Rayhana and, of course, a couple of others in that championship. Oh, Adam Burhop pulls out of the draft, tries to go for it down the main straight. The door was closed on him by Aidan Luthwaite. Burhop all over the back of Luthwaite like a cheap suit to turn 1. It's going to end in tragedy for these blokes if they don't settle down here. Burhop forcing issue on the inside to turn 3. Went very deep. Got it done. Adam Burhop, what about that? The BMW is 4th and Burhop's up 12 spots in the opening stint. 15 laps into the opening stint. Technically, these guys could stop now and one stop it from here. We're in that window. So they could stop now and stop again and make it home. Whoa, he's wide. So it's a two-stop race, but they wouldn't be compromising their strat if they were to stop now, is the point I'm trying to make, Adam Lavis.
That's the worst feeling for Burp too. You finally get the move done, and the very next corner you make a blue and just give it back.
All that excitement, all that adrenaline, all that, rush of blood running through him, and he's thrown it away. And he's up 11 spots, and Paul Wood's up 16 spots. The biggest movers of the night. It's been really good stuff. And no rain, Adam. No rain for the season finale.
There was, but with the fact that there's still those issues where people can get booted for no reason, like we had when we tried to do rain at Japan.
Yep.
So I'm very frustrated because I had it. It was a perfect setup too because it was going to rain before the race and dry out. So we're going to have the first time to have a race where people had to decide when to go to slicks. But unfortunately, iRacing haven't quite got the settings right, and be a bit unfair to a couple of guys if they get kicked out just because the iRacing haven't got the things working properly.
That's fair.
Especially because it's the final race, it's worth more points. So it's a bit hard to just say, it's all good.
That's true. Yeah, we have had some dramas throughout the course of this season. Oh, look at this pair. They're defending as though it's the last lap, not as though it's the 16th. Ruthwaite to turn 1, to 2. Whoa! Closing the door very defensively on the run down to 3 was Ruthwaite on Burhop. He knew the up and under was on. And he put that to sleep real quick. Down the back straight. This is awesome. 2 fast, hot young guns in this caper. Throwing everything in the kitchen sink at it. Luthwaite drives out wide and keeps Burhop at bay for another lap. Wow. Don't take your eyes off this, folks. 33 minutes gone. Simon Nicholson leads Matty Dench, Aaron Cooper. In this battle we're watching here, which is 3 deep.
See, well, if I was in Verb's position, because one of the guys in this group just pitted recently, so I would have taken note to where they were and then trying to work out if they've got clear track. Because if that's the case, just basically pull the pin early, get out of this, and try and do the undercut on Luthwaite if he's holding him up.
Exactly. I just think they're evenly matched on pace. I don't think it's a case of one holding the other up. I mean, both cars seem particularly strong around here. I mean, that being said, I must say, as stylish as the Lambo looks, as good as the Ferraris look, I've always been a BMW fan ever since they've started to become particularly prominent in GT3. So it's nice to see one out there and doing well. Simon Nicholson, Ziggs, and Matty Dench, Zags. The end of lap 16 is the crunch number for Simon Nicholson. Let's bring Kurt Nomanson back in at this point in time. Hey, buddy, give us an update with regards to next season. I mean, we know that the format will be most likely the same with 3 90-minute races, 3 60-minute races, and obviously the sprint racing as well. What would you like to see more of? What would you just like to see less of with regards to the circuits that we've had on offer?
That's a tough one because I honestly liked all the circuit selection this week. This season, sorry. And I don't know, it's a tough one to choose, like, what I want more of, what I want less of. Haven't really disliked anything. Haven't really loved anything in particular, but, we'll just see how we go.
As you can see, just going to jump in here for a sec, Kurt, just to update everybody at home. I'll come back to you in a tick. David Johnson, Jackson Diallo, Jeff Adams, Andrew Hazard, Adam Burhop, and Aidan Luthwaite all in on that lap. So too Simon Nicholson. And Nicholson rejoins in position number 11. Having got around the outside of Sean Benici there on rejoining the circuit. So everybody has pitted for the first time that time around, with the exception of Dench, Cooper, Wood, Zagorkas, Wood, Bernays, Riddell, Schmitty, Arnott, Khan, Benici, and Piper. Everybody else has found their way into pit lane that time around, if they hadn't already been down pit lane. Continue on, mate.
Yeah, and I'm just going to say we've just started the same thing in the AM split. Everybody's starting to cycle through the pit lane, so that'll start to get a little bit interesting, I think.
Are you going to be the given what you're saying earlier about being off the pace and whatnot, you'll be the beneficiary of any attrition tonight. How is the attrition rate going over there?
I think I'm probably one of the better position ones. There's still a few that, looking at it, Tim Fuge, Robert McGrath, they both didn't start, and someone pulled in, I think, after lap 3 or 4, so I'm not last, but yeah, I think I'm definitely going to end up being down there because I'm not going back out. I can't get these pedals fixed. They're just not playing nice tonight.
Fair enough. So, I mean, obviously the break comes at a good time, mate. Gives you an opportunity to get that sorted. And obviously gives you some time to get well acquainted with I believe it was the Mustang you were saying.
Yeah, and I think I'm looking into getting upgrade with wheel and pedals, so we'll see if that helps. Put them onto the rig I've got, and then I can finally start using that. I don't have the right mounting plate for the Logitech wheel, so I can't use the rig at the moment until I get a direct drive wheel that I can mount onto it properly. So that might come over in the break, and we'll see how I go come next season. And go a bit quicker.
Have a look at this in the meantime. Thanks for the update, mate. Coming back to you shortly. Fred Kahn goes up to 3rd, ahead of Daniel Piper. Those two, the only two yet to stop now. Everybody else came in that time around. Oh, Kahn's been relegated. Piper down the inside to go to 3rd, up 29 spots, but that's, of course, about to fall and drop very quickly when they come to the lane for some fuel. Matty Dench has come out with a 3.8 second advantage on Simon Nicholson. The stationary time was only about 1.85 seconds less. It was 21.68, played 23.53. So 1.85 seconds, the difference in stationary time there on pit road. And Denchy has come out with an enormous advantage over his teammate. Audi 1-2. They've taken off. They're 7 seconds clear on Daniel Piper, Fred Kahn, and Aaron Cooper, who stayed stationary for 27 seconds, is now 13 seconds down the road on Matt Dench. Big turnaround there in margins. And as far as the rest of them are concerned, Jared Knight now only 1.8 seconds away off Cooper, but he's only stopped for 17.3. So there's already a couple of indicators here, Adam Lavis, that we've got a couple of blokes that are off sequence. We know that Knight and Jewell stopped on lap 10. Anyone that stopped 15, 16, 17 seems to be running similar strategy, but the difference will be who's fueled up and for how long. If anyone's gone a short fuel out of those 15, 16, 17 numbers, those guys will be expecting we'll be expecting them on pit lane around about the same time as, say, a Jared Knight and a Brenton Jewell.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be interesting because but the thing is, with the guys who can save that little bit of fuel in this opening stint, you're buying yourself credit for the end, because at the end you can take less fuel than everybody else and do a faster stop because you've already used the laps that they've got to put fuel for, because they'll have to put in whatever laps you gain and sneak early in the race. That's laps less fuel you have to put in at the end of the race. So just free credits for that last stop.
Yep. Fred Kahn, Daniel Piper, 9 and 12 now as they plummet down the order as they transit the lane for the first time tonight. They haven't got to halfway distance. They will need a splash and dash towards the end here, but they have got to the 39-minute mark. Denchy on lap 19 leads Nicholson 3.5 the margin. Brenton Jewell now up into 5th place behind Jared Knight, but those two off sequence compared to everybody else. It's strategic, no doubt, given how poorly Jared Knight qualified, given that Brenton Jewell was caught up in an incident with Aidan Luthwaite. Luthwaite, of course, has rejoined in 9th place, Nick Wood 10th. So, as far as the bottom end of the ledge is concerned, Piper and Kahn have come back out in 27th and 28th, respectively. 29th, actually, for Kahn. Chiplin, Woods and Heaney, the last of the running order at the moment. The big gains, 10 for Andrew Neil, 12 for Jackson Dial, 12 for Dave Oliver, 13 for Paul Wood, 9 for Adam Burhop and 13 for Jared Knight thus far, but that will fluctuate as we edge closer to the end of proceedings and as we roll through the punches and motions here. Yeah, Oh boy. What are your thoughts on the manufacturer battle that awaits us next season, Kurt? Because as we know, there's going to be a heavy, focus on Ford v Corvette, but there will be a few, and only a few, I say, that will run one of the other 7 available manufacturers.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I know Eduardo is sticking to the Beamer for next season in here. I know that for sure. We've been talking about that.
I like it.
He's going to try the Mustang elsewhere and get used to it before he comes running with the guys in a different car. So he's just going to try and keep improving his pace with the Beamer. But yeah, it'll be a very interesting fight because I think the Mustang and the Corvette are very evenly matched on release already. So that was a very, very well done with the BOP by iRacing, I think.
Absolutely it was. Here comes Adam Burhop on the inside of Colby Callum for 6th. Burhop goes down the inside. The BMW displaces the Porsche. Oh boy. Adam Burhop's been in the thick of it all night long. Back to Jeff Adams. 16th now, down the inside. Nice striking livery there for Jeff Adams too, I must say. There's just enough yellow in that as far as I'm concerned. Very good. And have a look at that. He's got Dave Oliver just ahead of him. He's got Andrew Hazard behind him. Oh no, Trook's off the road. Trook is off the road. Was 14th. Behind Paul Wood now. That's opened the door beautifully for Dave Oliver. And also for Jeff Adams and Andrew Hazard. Adams dives to 14th. And Jonathan Hooper there in 18th now. Gets the job done. Moves up on Chook Fung Wong. When isn't Adam in the thick of it? Yeah, that's a fair point. He always finds a way. That does Adam Burhop. We know that. Fascinating closing chapter to another great season of GT3 racing on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Matty Dench, fastest lap of the race thus far. 205.642. Brenton Jewell all over the back of Jared Knight like a cheap suit. We've got Colby Callum over Adam Burhop in the same manner. Aidan Luthwaite's tried to track down Richard Mitchum. Dave Oliver and Jeff Adams have gapped Andrew Hazard, who's got David Bernays and Jonathan Hooper for company now. Field very well spread out now as well. Just small little battle packs opening up all around the circuit, which is terrific to see. But Denchi leads this by 4 seconds now.
I was just noticing with the track map, with the amount of Twitchy Foot, Whiskey Racing, and HTS cars we got here, there's a lot of shades of blue on the track map. Not many other colours.
No. Well, we got, well, actually, that's a fair point. HTS, Porsche, Ferrari, BMW, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And you got Twitchy Foot in the Audis 8th and 10th. You've got Twitchy Foot, Andrew Hazard, BMW 16th. Twitchy Foot in 20th. Whiskey Business 21st, 23rd, 24th. Twitchy Foot 22nd. HTS 25th. Whiskey Business 28th. Twitchy Foot 29th. Whiskey Business 32nd. Ridiculous. Madness.
And also,
Chipman and Yarwood are on pit lane now as well.
And Greg messaged me earlier today he's added another driver to the roster, so it's still growing.
Geez, that checkbook of his is getting to work out at the moment. No doubt about that. We're just rolling through the motions, ladies and gentlemen, on a Monday night. Night one of Grand Final week for Term 2 of 2024, and we're at half race distance in our GT3 finale from Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. 45 minutes down, 45 to go. There is Jared Knight in 4th place. We're waiting for him to head to pit lane. If he can get 17 laps out of this stint, he will be happy. So that'll be another 6 laps.
He's,
because
he's,
then we reckon it'll be 16 to home.
he sure filled himself in that first stop to try and give himself some track position. Now he's going to try and make it work for him.
And work for him it shall. If Brenton Jewell's got anything to do with it, Jewell playing the supporting role, they're pushing him along and no doubt cheering him on. Adam Burhop's 3.9 seconds down the road has got breathing space over Colby Cowan. Richard Mitchum's under pressure from Aidan Luthwaite. We've picked up Andrew Hazard in 16th. So Richard Mitchum and Aidan Luthwaite's an interesting battle. Top 10, 4 Audis at the moment, 2 Bimmers, 2 Porsches, a Ferrari and a Lambo. Remembering that only 5 of the 8 available manufacturers are represented in this server tonight. No McLaren, no Mercedes, no Ford. How that's about to change in about 3 weeks' time.
And it looks like Dave Oliver's actually having a decent night tonight. He's actually there's no sign of fuel 7 tonight. He's actually going full tilt. He wants to do some pace tonight and try and get himself some track position with outright sheer speed rather than playing some strategic games. So good on him.
And that's the thing as well. These races lend their hand to trying your hand at strategy play and being a little bit mathematically smart about it, more so than our sprint races, mate. And it's interesting to see those tactics coming to the fore here. I mean, obviously, we know that Brenton Jewell and Jared Knight are on different strategies compared to those around them. We know he's Glenn Arnott down the inside. Oh, geez. Hold on to it, Glenn. Not going to happen. On the grass. And he'll try again in a couple of laps.
I was just checking. I was telling Gordon at race tries. Looks like you felt like you got squeezed there.
And he's right to feel that way, I'd say. Main straight, Jonathan Hooper, 18th at the moment. We're witnessing something pretty special tonight, ladies and gentlemen. A 10th consecutive GT3 championship for Matty Dench. There for the taking. There he is. There's the race leader. He's gone around Greg Heaney, who's now showing as a lap down. And also Andrew Neal. So the 2 Whiskey Business teammates having a shocker at the moment. They are both a lap down. Now, what's going on here? Adam Chiplin's parked up. We've got our 3rd retirement of the night. Adam Chiplin, for Side Hustle Racing, has parked up and is done for the night and done for the season. Coming out of the carousel. Oh, grass. Oh, dear. Through the kink. Uh-oh.
No, he's just pulled to the pits after this.
He's just pulled to the pits, has he? Okay, interesting. So it's interesting that he's parked up and his night's done and there's nothing sinister involved. I will be interested to see the stewards' reports from Mount Panorama after tonight, I must say. Oh, gee, there was some action there.
Last time I looked, there was only 3 things about it.
Oh, really? Okay. Now that's interesting. Because we saw more than 3 things on the opening lap.
I didn't hear much get reported back to race control, to be fair.
That's true.
Yeah,
I guess we're going to come post-race.
I think a lot of it might have been like people making their own mistakes and just getting caught up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Oh, boy. Jared Knight, Brenton Jewell, 4th place on track at the moment. Richard Mitchum's now under some pressure as well from Aidan Luthwaite too. There they are. Have a look at Luthwaite. All over the back of Mitchum like a cheap suit. 50 minutes gone here.
Colby's managed to jump him in the pit face too.
Yep. Let's just remind everybody where we're at with regards to track and server time, if we can, please, Adam Lavis. Clock moving twice as fast as it would in the real world. That's par for the course here. We're 50 minutes into the race, so we're actually 1 hour and 40 into the server in terms of the server time ticking over twice as quickly. So therefore, the service started at 3 o'clock. We're heading for 6 o'clock service, like circuit time before the checkered flag is waved. In fact, we'll be on that because the flag didn't fly till about the 7-minute mark, which is about 3.5 minutes real time. And it'll be still broad, beautiful daylight. With a nice little tip of the hat and hello to our friends in Western Australia and Queensland at this particular point in time. Hello to you, Sam Stride, joining us from Race Control this evening. Nice to have you on board and just letting yourself into the commentary box at the halfway mark. We have a little bit of a gap here to fill because not much is going on at the moment, which is a far cry from the supercars. Let's just talk about that firstly, because you were out there in the thick of the supercars and you must have been glad to get to the checkered flag.
Yeah, mate. The supercars was pretty good. I didn't qualify quite where I wanted to. I was a little bit off the pace for myself, but I managed to keep my nose clean, made a couple of positions, did a couple of good pit sequences, and unfortunately Steve pit me for P4 right at the end, but I managed to keep in the top 5, which is pretty good in that field. It's pretty strong.
Indeed it is. Just talk me through the hectic nature of that 45 minutes. I take it race control for GT3 is far more relaxing than being out there in the thick of it with 44 in what is, a very difficult racetrack to master, and even more so when you've got 44 other lunatics out there.
Yeah, mate. Well, as we know, Bathurst is one of the most gnarly tracks in the whole world. And, when you've got 45 dudes on the track all fighting for every single inch, it can be very, very difficult. But luckily, a lot of the guys are pretty mature, and the fellas who were getting lapped were very cooperative. And the fellas I was racing with at the front, although hard-headed racers, they're also, polite and respectful, and they know how it works.
Indeed, they do. Anything to report so far as GT3 is concerned in your observations from race control?
Well, I'm filling in for GT3 Pro today. Kev's normally the man for it, but he's got some technical difficulties logging in. The only thing that these fellas just don't want to give an inch, and unfortunately sometimes it's been to their detriment. They've had some incidences that probably didn't need to be, and judging by the fact they're in Pro, they should know better. But that's that.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
I was going to say I was a little bit surprised at how quickly the elbows were out tonight. I didn't expect them out so early in a 90-minute race. Normally they ease into it more than that.
Yeah, well, you sort of think these fellas have been around for a while. They'd understand that it's 90-minute race, and to come first you must finish. But luckily we haven't had any big ones. We've just had some silliness, really. Yep.
Indeed. All right, mate. Well, thank you for that.
Right.
Just from a racer standpoint, what are you most looking forward to next season, please?
That's a good question. I haven't really put too much thought into it. I know I want to have a bit more of a crack at the supercars. I did a bit of a half job Harry this season with the supercars. I only really put any type of effort in towards the end of the season. So I want to put a little bit of effort in the supercars and maybe get a top 5 finish. I've been called. I'll be back.
Right, mate. No worries. Good luck with that. Thank you. Race control being called upon. This might be why. Let's have a look. Glenn Arnott. Uh-oh. Diving. Cleaned up. Gone. The poor old whiskey business stable. In the thick of it again. And Glenn Arnott, a little bit too late, finding the brake pedal on that one. Was that Andrew Neal that he got?
No, mate. He's managed to grab
Jackson Dial.
Jackson Dial. Yep. Gotcha. Well, I had to take a punt. It was one of the Porsches. I knew that much from Whiskey Business. Matt Schmidtke and Greg Heaney both out there in Lambos. Andrew Neal and Jackson Dial in Porsches. And if we go a little bit further up the field, you've got Aidan Luthwaite in the Lambo as well. So they've hedged their bets between two different manufacturers. Oh no, Dial's off the road again now. Dial's off the road again. That's he's rejoined, but he's now lost 3 or 4 more spots. If that wasn't bad enough, that just adds insult to injury. And given where he was on the racetrack, it's turn 2, 3, down to turn 3 it was. There's the kink at 2, through 3. Wide he goes. There's the gravel. There's the grass. There's the rejoin. Now, oh no, contact, Sean Benici. Oh no. Jeez.
That was clumsy. Really?
Very. Very clumsy, unfortunately. It looked as though, he might have got checked up and then got punted. Balked the car behind him after getting checked up by the car in front of him, and it was both Whiskey Business cars. Oh dear. Yeah. They're having a night to forget. I think the Whiskey Business stable. That was so. Aiden Luthwaite runs 9th at the moment. He's down 4 spots. I was just going through. There's another Whiskey Business entry out there that I haven't mentioned yet. Fred Kahn, of course, in the BMW, and that was the car that was in question with that incident with Sean Benici as well. Whew. I can't believe we're almost an hour into this thing. There's been a lot happen in an hour.
It's been a very exciting pro split. I think AM split's been a lot more controlled here from the looks of it.
By the sounds of it, you're actually enjoying watching the pro split more than you were enjoying being involved in the AM split, Kurt.
Yeah, I mean, I have iOverlay, which has like a little race control function.
Yep.
And all I'm seeing is incident of people doing their own accidents. There's no actual crashes. It's just them making a mistake and bumping into the wall or going off track. So, yeah.
And that's trademark Road America. I mean, one thing we know about this racetrack, yes, there is car-to-car contact occasionally, but normally, such a difficult track to master. Driver error brings you unstuck 9 times out of 10. And as I said, you only need a couple of wheels on the grass or, a locked brake, a missed apex. And it's so easily done around here. But thankfully, unlike Mount Panorama, mate, the one thing that works in their favour here is runoff area, and there's plenty of it.
Yeah, definitely. And something to note as well is those Porsches have to lift just a little, unless you've got balls of steel through the kink there.
Absolutely. Speaking of balls of steel, Bernays was going to go and have a look, but decided against it. Jared Knight and Brenton Jewell are now stopping, hoping that this will be the stop that gets them home, and judging by the fact that they got 17 laps out of that tank, if I've done my numbers right, Adam Lavis, 10 and 17 is 27, and 16 gets you to 43, so they should be okay. Race info there from Adam Lavis reliably informs us that the fuel window is now open, and Matty Dench has punched out the fastest lap of the night in the process of getting us to the fuel window opening, 205.635. So 16, 17, and 10 seem to be the predominant numbers there. So the critical lap has been gone, come and went. The latest we probably expect anyone to come into the lane is lap 34, and that gives us a 9-lap run to the checkers. Just getting more intel from our mate Nick Fodiatis with regards to that ongoing scrap that he had with Chris Stark. That was fantastic. Actually, since Nick is still there, and I reckon he's still tuning in as well, he might actually slide into the messenger again with a response to this question. Mustang or Corvette, mates? Which way are you leaning for next season if we do see you back in GT3? If not, where are we going to see you pop up? That's what I'd like to know from Mr. Fodiatis, because I know he's had a dabble in the GT, the Ford GT in the past. Whether he wants to commit full-time and have a crack in GT proper, and whether the Mustang's enough to entice him back in there, I'm interested to know. I reckon, I just get this feeling, boys, and I know we've spoken about it off air as well, but we've got just a little bit of time here before pit lane gets crazy. I just feel as though, and I said it on Thursday night with Joe and Chapo as well, I feel as though iRacing, the boom it went through COVID, it left everybody that works for the organisation basically up against it. There was some sort of an expectation that the interest in this would drop off a little bit after COVID, but it didn't. So therefore, the onus went back onto them to, keep reinventing the wheel, keep finding a way to keep people coming back, keep, our interest levels up, and keep investing in the product to continue to cement its status as the best, virtual racing platform in the world. I mean, okay, let's not mince words here. It's not perfect, but by gee, it's bloody good. And I feel as though the Tempest weather system and obviously the introduction of 2 new GT3 cars, knowing how popular GT3 racing is as a whole, I feel as though that's going to be enough to get us across the line in terms of getting competitors back on the grid, restoring interest, and maintaining interest, because the Tempest weather systems brought members back to the club, brought people back to the race server. And I feel as though Corvette and Mustang in GT3, Damien Cairns is already example number 1, will do the same thing, Adam Lavis. I can't wait for July 8 just to see how big those grids are and whether we need to go back to the future, back to the COVID days, of having 3 servers, a Pro, a Pro-Am, and an Am, because of the interest levels. If they continue to climb the way they've done this season, the club might need to have that very serious conversation.
Yeah, I'm already preparing to start off next season with 3 splits, just as we've maintained the numbers all season, and normally that's not the case. Normally, over the course of a season, the numbers somewhat did come down as people realise they can't win. For some reason, apparently they're not here just for the fun. They all want to win the championship, but only one person can do that. So,
here comes Colby Cowan to pit lane. Go on, mate.
So the fact that the numbers have maintained, and we have all this new stuff coming. So, and the fact that we've had 40 plus cars in both split servers almost every race, I think I have to go back to 3 splits just to make sure we've got a bit of headroom to be able to move in case we do get an influx of cars.
Yep. How do we juggle that from a broadcast standpoint, trying to make sure that everybody gets a say?
I'm going to have to try and work it. Obviously, it won't be it's not going to be the same 6-8 split we've got now.
No,
but I'll try and work a way of getting everyone at least a couple of nights on the air, because we'll be able to split the sprint races. We can do a Pro and an Am, and then a Pro and a Pro-Am, and things like that, so we can split those up that way.
For sure. Here we go. Richard Mitchum under pressure here from Aiden Luthwaite. Kurt, I'll get your thoughts on it. I mean, from my standpoint, something to be said about new boys, new toys, the novelty, the fear of missing out, all those factors.
Yeah, and I think this is the lowest Am split I've been in, at about 30 cars still on the grid. So, it's still a big number for Am split, and I think 3 splits would probably not be a bad idea, just with the number of incidents I think we had in some of the races.
Because it's not going to be a big thing, because normally, like when we do go to 3 splits, the Am split sort of only usually has about 20 odd cars in it, so it's only going to be sort of just taking that cream off, that little skim off top. So we'd still aim to have like high 20s to mid 30s in the Pro, sort of high 20s to low 30s in the Pro-Am, and around that sort of mid to low 20s in the Am. So that'd be the goal, and see how we go.
We had Sam Strider here with us in the commentary box. He's just gone to attend to Jackson Dial in race control for the moment. We'll hear from Sam a little bit later on, I'm sure. In the meantime, Matty Dench doing Matty Dench things. 205.440, and Adam Burhop to pit lane. Aiden Luthwaite going with him. Richard Mitchum going on again on to lap number 30 now. And we are right in that window, particularly for Mitchum. It's the start of lap 31 now for him. He pitted lap 15, so it's this lap or the next one for Richard Mitchum. Denchi's got another 3 or 4 laps in him. Simon Nicholson's got another 2 or 3. At 31, 32, 33 is the latest we think we'll see Simon Nicholson on pit road. 34 for Denchi and anyone else that stopped on lap 17.
Denchi,
Hop and Foster to pit lane. Go at him.
Well, Denchi did have Nicholson acting as a fuel reservoir for him in the first stint, just breaking the air for him. So he didn't have that luxury the second stint. So there's a good chance, like Denchi's still Denchi, but there is a good chance he'll still do the same amount of laps that Nicholson did in the first stint. So he might only do 16 this stint. 17 might be a stretch without the slipstream, given that he is still holding his lead.
And the one thing that New Cars does is keep our graphic designers all that very busy as well, putting their liveries and their schemes together. And I've just got a look at Nick Fodiatis' Mustang ready to go for next season in GT3.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Very,
Woodsy,
very
yeah.
nice.
Woodsy's already got ours already.
Yep. That's going to be good stuff.
Oh, that's
there
the
goes Hayden right back out in 13th, Adam.
Well, yeah, so because Woodsy's already done both our Mustang and Corvette, and yeah, that's the one thing. I think when Greg gets here, the Corvette skin is not a pleasant skin to paint because it is a big jigsaw puzzle.
Yes,
it does not look nice.
No,
I've had a little look at it. I don't look forward to doing that for personal use.
You know the like. If I go, let me skip to Woodsy. So you got the little side stripes there on the side of our car.
Ooh. Denton Nicholson in now too, by the way, boys. Go for it, Adam.
Yeah, so those little side stripes on the side of our on the skirts there we got on Woodsy's design.
Yep.
Yeah, on the Corvette, apparently I think he was just doing the colour, so the teal part, and it was like 4 pieces for the door. Just that stripe.
I think I have the thing here, so I can pull it up and give a little look for us if we'd like.
Yes, keep busy and give yourself a lap leg credit.
There we go. Aaron Cooper. To be
yeah.
the right leader at the time at the line next time by.
The only downside for the team is he's running the old livery still. He hasn't updated yet. Everyone else has got the new dark livery on. He's still in the bright blue.
Indeed.
Oh yeah, this is the
Cooper.
jigsaw puzzle. Oh my. Just for Zach to have a look at the jigsaw puzzle here.
There we go. Kurt's sharing a screen with me, so I'm going to quickly go blind on Adams. Oh, geez, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, good luck with that. I do not envy anybody trying to do that paint scheme. Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Yep, absolutely. Let me go back to Adam Laves' screen because that's the screen I'm calling off for everybody at home. And we've picked up Brenton Jewell in 14th spot. Remembering that both he and Jared Knight are now fueled and good to go to the end. So Jewell in 14th, Knight in 11th. They should be able to go 16 laps here. But what's interesting is Jared Knight's come out 11th and Brenton Jewell's come out 14th. They've got Adam Burhop and Aidan Luthwaite wedged between them.
Yeah, like Jared just managed to get out in front of these group, whereas poor Brenton got stuck in it. Now he's just losing a little bit of time here, caught up in this hard battling group for the mid pack. Always that downside when doing the early stop is that you run that risk of finding yourself in a bit of traffic.
So Brenton Jewell in 14th at the moment. And chases both Aidan Luthwaite and Adam Burhop. Jared Knight's got 2.5 seconds on those blokes to the good up the road. We are 21 3/4 minutes away from the race conclusion. Yeah, the more they the more enjoyable the exercise of racing on these platforms becomes, by the sounds of it, gentlemen. Because obviously the new inventions, the new introductions, the new cars, the new tracks, the new weather. Obviously, they've got to make some aspects of the experience tedious and mind-numbing, and obviously the livery scheme of the Corvette is going to be one of those screw you type moments. Good luck to anyone that's doing the liveries of the Corvettes over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, the trickiest part I had with my Mustang is it's got door handles, and they're a pain in the butt if you have straight lines on your door. The top of my Castrol logo went through it, and I was like, crap. It took me a while to get the line right.
Andrew Hazard, Jeff Adams on the pit road as well. We're still waiting for Aaron Cooper, Zagorkas, Wood to come to pit lane. Dench, the best of those, still stopped twice. Paul Wood's out there, up 21 spots already, but still to stop a second time. Simon Nicholson stopped twice. David Bernays hasn't. Knight, Mitchum, Burhop, Ruthwaite, Jewell, Cowham all have. Riddell, Schmidtke, Foster. No, sorry, Riddell, Schmidtke have not. Foster has. Piper has not. And Woods has. That takes you back to 18th. Jackson Dial's on pit lane, has been for 12 minutes, 15 seconds. Whoa! Adam Burhop. Aidan Luthwaite. This battle's on again. Everybody's still out there. Greg Heaney's a lap and a half down, but at least he's still out there, soldiering on. Good on him. Fred Kahn's on pit road now as well, completing his final pit stop. So the rate of attrition hasn't been all that bad. Sure, we've lost Jackson DL, Adam Chiplin, David Baz and Sam Muir, but still, we've got 30 cars running this late in the piece. And just having a look, William Yarwood, David Johnson's the last of those on the lead lap in 25th at the moment. Through they go. Burhop on the limiter. Luthwaite in close tow. Brenton Jewell in behind. And so too Colby Callum. Paul Wood comes to pit lane right now. And Woods is a real chance of factoring in this fight in the not too distant future. By the time he gets back out onto the racetrack. And by the time these guys get around to him. It's all happening here. Round they come.
Even Stephen Banks with the in the Pacific Pelican teams, they're also having trouble with their cover, according to the chat there.
Yep, considered a toilet seat on the bonnet. It's the comment for anyone not reading it at home.
Well, the Chevy has this massive hole down to the radiator, so it's a big like half the bonnet's missing. It's just a big trench.
Paul Wood's coming out of the pit lane now, but he's been gobbled up by the likes of Adam Burhop, etc., and been left behind. And he'll actually come back out and fight with the likes of Thomas Foster and Matt Schmidtke and Dave Riddell. Burhop's still under pressure from Luthwaite. This battle's been on for a while. Maybe the tedious task of doing the paintwork on the Chev will put more people leaning towards the Mustang just to save their graphic designer some headaches. Maybe so. We'll wait and see. Good luck to those that persevere with it, though. You deserve a medal. And Matty Dench, 205.03, to be precise. The fastest lap of the race right now. Through they go again. Burhop 9th. Everyone stopped twice with the exception of Cooper, who's stopping now. Zagorkas and Nick Wood, and also David Bernays. Everybody else in the top 12 is fueled up and is good to go to the end. 17.5 minutes to go. We're at the end of lap 34. Aaron Cooper, bang, hits that number. Zagorkas does as well. Those guys are going to factor in the top end of town. We're flying through the kink on our run down to Canada once more. Aaron Cooper to the pit box. Judge comes through and takes the lead and disappears. Judge's gone. Thanks for coming. There's no catching Dench tonight. Simon Nicholson will come through. He'll go to second now. And it's to give you an indication, boys, as to just how cut above Matty Dench is. He is 7.8 seconds up on Simon Nicholson, who had pole position. Nico had pole. Denchy started second. Denchy is there. 8 seconds to the good. Just clinical yet again. And this is why he's on the cusp of securing championship number 10. Out they come. This now battle here between Burhop, Luthwaite, Jewell, Zagorkas and Calm is 5 deep. And it's for position number 6. Jared Knight's up 13 spots, so the undercut strategy has worked. He's 4th. But the problem is, it's 8 seconds to Nicholson from Dench. It's 19 from Dench to Cooper, and it's 31 back to Jared Knight. So those gaps are enormous. So it's only for 4th and 6th that we've got a battle inside the top 10. Josh Sudo saying, let's go to the mountain. Let's go no traction control on the Mustang and get stuck into it. Oh boy. No. Cannot wait for the new season. Can't wait to see what the calendar looks like. Cannot wait to see what tracks we're going to run on, what formats we're going to run on, what circuits, and what the breakdown of participation is going to be between the Mustang, the Corvette, and the rest. And that will be a battle within its own right to see who flies the flag for those other manufacturers that have been the cornerstone of GT3 racing on these platforms for 17 seasons, or 16 seasons in fact. Because we launched the GT3 series on a Monday night in we only had 3 terms in 2020, remember? We launched GT3 on the Monday night in term 2. Remember it fondly. And then, of course, in term 3, it was the Porsche. And from there, we're on every bloody night of the week, and we still are. We've come a long way since April 2020. There's no doubt about that. Now, have a look at the sledging from Revolution on their own teammate, the old Adam Burhop. Aiden looks poised to take Adam on at race end. Is that setting Adam up for a little bit of a cough and splutter on the run up the hill, or is that just an indication that these two are going to duke it out right to the death? We'll wait and see. Whoa, that was a moment. Have a look at the wheel control from Aiden Luthwaite. You're riding on board with him. We're chasing Adam Burhop. We've got 14 minutes to go. Oh, he's hung it out wide there to Luthwaite. There was definitely grass being kicked up. Down the back straight. Luthwaite with the dive. Burhop covers it off.
Most frustrated man in this group would be Brenton, because he was out in pony contention. Now all of a sudden he's stuck in this little group for the bottom half of the top 10.
Won by Brazilian Stock Car Championship to Adam Burhop's name. Oh, geez, I remember that. That was an entree offering many seasons ago. That'd have to be 2022, wouldn't it? Matty Dench, Simon Nicholson, Aaron Cooper, Jared Knight, Richard Mitchum, and Adam Burhop. Stick around after the race, ladies and gentlemen. The full slate will be revealed, what the offerings are for the next term of competition here on the platforms of the GSRC, and then the post-race show. And don't forget, we're with you all 5 nights this week. I'm here for 3 of them. Adam Lavis will be with me tomorrow night, off to Phillip Island for the final round of the Van Ryn Cup. Wednesday night, it's Daniel Correa-Sarr and Liam Banks for the production cars and the GT4 finales. Then, of course, we get stuck into Thursday Night Motorsport, straight inside of Thursday Night Motorsport, Formula V into Super Formula Lights, our open wheel night. That'll be beautiful to have your company for that. Off to Magello for the Vs, and off to the Belle Isle circuit, the Grand Prix of Detroit in Michigan for our Super Formula Lights on Friday night, the NASCARs on Daytona, which will be good fun. Whoa, it's getting hairy here. It's on in earnest. The two members are ganging up on the Rambo of Luthwaite. Now the gloves are off because they know that there's only 6 laps to go at the line.
I think
Just
Brent will
keep
want
an eye on that.
parts.
I think we're going to be right, boys. I think we're going to get to 43. I'm just having a look. 11 minutes to go. 11:40 to go. Denchi's halfway through this lap. So, yes, I think it'll be right. Have a look at that. Jewel goes 2 for 1. Contact gone. Burhop's been turned around. And Luthwaite gave Jewel a cloud as well. Luthwaite's going to get down the inside. Jewel will have a case to answer for.
Sergey.
3 wide on the run up the next corner. Look at Sergey.
Oh, it's Colby. Sorry, Colby.
And Colby cowering up the outside of everybody.
Aiden's been relegated again.
And Luthwaite loses out completely, but Burhop loses out more.
It's always the risk when you're the
Jewel
third.
will have a case to answer for, though.
It's always the risk when you're third in the queue and go for the move, because the car in the front of the queue is where you want to be, and that's what's happened there. Is Brenton's gone for that move. He's had to go commit deep, and unfortunately he's got to the corner, and poor old Adam Burhop was already looking to take the corner in his own merit. He had nothing to do with that pass, but it's just the way the closing speeds happen. It's just unfortunate, and it just catches you out sometimes when you're the third car in the queue.
Oh, let's have a, actually, there was more contact on the way into Canada just then. So let's have a look at this. This was the, oh dear. To be fair, I don't think Jewel was ever going to get there.
I think he was off the track
Even
anyway.
if Burhop was going to leave the door wide open, I don't think Jewel was going to get there. A couple of donuts later, and Adam Burhop. Oh no, Aiden Luthwaite. Let's just have a look at this. Let's have a look at, watch Luthwaite get into the side here. Oh, he got, yeah, actually, Luthwaite got a clout in all of that. Luthwaite's on pit road, Burhop's on pit road. So those two are done because that's an unscheduled third pit stop for them. And unfortunately for Aidan Luthwaite, I think it's tow rope territory. Yeah, it is. Wow. Can you believe that? What a disastrous way for it to end for Aidan Luthwaite. That's ridiculous. Adam Burhop now plummets down the order as well. Now, this is what happened down. This was another replay. Duel on Burhop. Yeah, no. That was never on, unfortunately. Certainly Luthwaite, yes, but I don't think Burhop was on. And watch Luthwaite here. Watch the little bang. Straight into the back. Had nowhere to go. Straight into the back of Jewel. And the Revolution E-Racing boys not happy, and rightly so.
Don't really blame them there with that
one. And that renews the hostilities between some of the teams going into next season as well. There'll be some scores to settle. Which, you know, again, we need rivalries, we need moments, we need, you know, things to talk about, to be excited about, to be engaged with. And those little inter-team rivalries are certainly one of those. So Dench leads Nicholson by 7.8. This is what happened to Thomas Foster on the run down to turn 3. Jared Knight, Richard Mitchum, 4th and 5th, still duking it out for 4th. Colby Cowan, Brenton Jewell and Sergei Zagorkas. Although I'd rule, actually, Jewell's off the road. Jewell's put it off the road. Now that's heading down to Canada, I think. Jewell's at the moment here on the run down to Canada, and he's dropped down behind Zagorkas, Cowan and Wood now. And he got 2 wheels on the grass going into Canada, and that, well, it's not going to fix Adam Burhop and Aidan Luthwaite tonight, but it's a little bit of karma as far as they're concerned. Brenton Jewell now goes to pit lane as well and joins those two boys. So all of a sudden, the attrition rate's climbing. Aidan Luthwaite's still on pit road. Adam Burhop, I'm just having a look. He's got back out there. He's 17th now. He's got back out there in 17th. Oh boy, have a look at that. Fred Kahn is just to let everybody else know, Fred Kahn is a lap down. So too is everybody from Dave Oliver onwards. So Dave Oliver, William Yarwood, Greg Heaney, all a lap down. Aidan Luthwaite's still on pit lane. Jackson Dial is parked up for the night. He's done. So too Adam Chiplin, David Baz and Sam Muir. So the attrition rate grows to 5. Although Aidan Luthwaite, I must say, Adam Lavis, if he stays parked there, he would still be classified, but he's outside the points in 30th.
I was about to ask you, like, what happened to Dave Oliver, because we were saying he's having a good run. Then I noticed his pit time for 1 minute 17, so he's missed the yellow cone on entry, I would assume, on the crest.
So easily done. And
really
would you believe it? Would you believe it, boys? We're at 10:16 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we're still 6.5 minutes away from conclusion. Denchy's just started lap number 40, and given that we're outside that 6-minute threshold, he is going to drag the field to 43, as I suspected he would, and therefore, as we have a look at Dave Oliver here coming up onto pit road, I feel sorry for the Porsche in front of him. Oh no. That was never going to work. He probably got done for running on the grass.
The grass probably didn't help you slow down. He's probably just sped in the lane as well.
No. Oh dear. Come on, Dave. You're trying to go. Oh look, I'll be the first to hold my hand up and hold it high and say that I try and do that rubbish all the time on the Formula 1 games. So there you go. Colby Cowan in 6th under pressure. So it's amazing, isn't it? This was a 5-car fight 3 laps ago. It's now 2. The last men standing, Colby Cowan and Sergei Zagorkas. Have a look at that. Fantastic stuff. Cowan in the Porsche. Sergei in the Audi. Top 10 now. Features just 3 manufacturers. BMW have been wiped out of the top 10. 3 Ferraris, 2 Porsches, 5 Audis. What a way for Audi to bounce back on the platforms of the GSRC, and what a way for them to bow out. Because I dare say the next championship's won by a Corvette or a Mustang. So Audi can enjoy their moment in the spotlight while it lasts. 4 minutes 40 on the clock. And Matty Dench is about to start the third last lap of the race. He will get back to the line. 205, 202 last time around, 205, 301 that time round. So he's going to get back to the line with about 20 seconds on the clock to get the white flag. So about 1 minute and 45 of overtime coming your way tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And that will be an absolute beauty. Dench, Nicholson, Cooper, Knight, Mitchum, Callum, Zagorkas. Now, Denchi's got the fastest lap of the race covered off by about 0.3 of a second, but we know what he's like at him. He'll be setting himself up to have another crack at it.
Of course, not at the moment, because normally he slows down for a lap to cool the tyres off, but he's still running at his low to mid 5, so he hasn't slowed down yet.
Oh, have a look at the banter from Josh on right of screen there, ladies and gentlemen. The Audi's going to be stuck in pit lane changing tyres come 2026. Apparently, according to Josh. I still want to see a BMW win a championship. I've said it before. Denchi's not had a crack at the Bimmer just yet. I reckon he'll go to the Corvette or the Mustang first and then the other to see out this year. But then we've got to try and get him back into the BMW at some point so that he can say that he's successfully carved up and cleaned up in a championship, GT3 style, in every one of the available manufacturers on offer. Colby Callum, 6th place at the moment, fighting for dear life with Sergey. Richard Mitchum all over the back of Jared Knight as well. Now, let's hope that everybody's done their numbers right, their calculations, their mathematics, and that we don't see any coughing, spluttering on the way to the line. In the meantime, this is Colby Callum in 6th place in the Porsche. It's going so well. Jonathan Hooper all over the back of Andrew Hazard. Chuk Fung Wong all over the back of Brenton Jewell. Those battles are for 13th and 15th respectively. And David Johnson over the back of Glenn Arnott, who was in trouble early in the piece, 22nd and 23rd. Those guys are the next targets for Matty Dench as far as staying on the lead lap is concerned. Not sure they're going to be able to. But Denchi's 2 laps from home. Next time by, the white flag will fly. So we get to 43 again. And it's been clinical at the front. Denchi's lead, he's maintained it since that second round of pit stops has come and gone. 7.6 seconds. His teammate has no answer for him, nor does anybody else. I mean, he's 24 seconds ahead of Aaron Cooper, for goodness sake. And Cooper, wow, that might just be. Oh, no. Aaron Cooper put it off the road.
Oh, but luckily that's only a yardwood, so it's...
That is the back marker. I was going to say he's lucky because, by gee, that could have been a story. But Aaron Cooper, up until that point, Adam Lavis, I don't want to shine too much of a light on it, but up until that point, by gee, he'd been the quietest achiever of the lot so far, the quietest achiever of the night. Just sitting there in third and doing nothing.
Yeah, that first stint, he was hanging in there with the two PNZ guys, PGZ.
Absolutely,
he was he's just off their tail. But yeah, he's been sort of like the old Formula One cliche of best of the rest tonight. So
yeah,
third place well deserved when he gets to the line.
Round we go. The final stages of another memorable season on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. So Jared Knight in 4th place holding off Richard Mitchum, but the white flag's going to fly. Matty Dench, I said about 20 seconds, didn't I? It's 19 seconds from home. And we will have about 1 minute 45 of overtime here, folks, as Denchy will bring us to the line again to bring the curtain down on the season. The 43rd and final lap is underway. Still a lap and a bit to go for these two. Have a look at this, Colby Callum and Sergey. The Gorkas all over the back of Callum on the run down to Canada. Callum cannot afford to put a foot wrong here. He cannot afford to cough or splutter because Sergey's there ready to pounce in the Audi as they make their way to turn 14. Main straight. White flag. Callum zigging and zagging from left to right, trying to break the toe. Zagorka's throwing everything in the kitchen sink at it. Callum's going to defend the inside line as they get down to turn 1. Zagorkas will throw it around the outside and go for the lunge. And lunge he shall. But he won't be able to get there. It won't be enough. He'll still have a couple of opportunities to hold on here on the run home. Down to the back straight they'll go. The run from 3 to 5. It was a deep run into the corner from Zagorkas. Did that benefit Callum in any way, shape or form? Time will tell. Have a look at Denchi. He's only 2/5 of a lap from home. We'll get to him in a moment. There's the battle between Jared Knight and Richard Mitchum as well on in earnest. First, second and third running very lonely final segments of this race here. In Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. The battle for 12th is on as well. The battle for 14th is on. They're all raging at the end here. But at the front, take nothing away from this man. P1, number 1, just at a 0 next to the 1 because it is title number 10 and it's a perfect 10 at that for Matty Dench. Team PGZ on top, and he's conquered the GT3 championship in the Audi now as well. Waste Options GT3 goes to Matty Dench for the 10th time. Clinical. Emphatic at Road America. 7.1 the winning margin over Simon Nicholson. It's a Team PGZ 1-2. HGS 3-4 in the form of Aaron Cooper. What a great drive that was. Over Jared Knight and Richard Mitchum. Those two are coming up the hill on the run to the line now. Knighty's going to hold on from 17th to 4th. What about that? It should be enough. It will be enough for second in the championship, you would imagine. The fact that he held off the main man standing in his way, Richard Mitchum. Knighty runs to second in the championship, which, given that Matty Dench was the only one ahead of him, he will take, absolutely. Colby Callum held off Sergey for 6th and 7th. Nick Wood was 8th. 9th was Paul Wood, up 17 spots, biggest mover of the night. And 10th was Thomas Foster. 3 Ferraris, 5 Audis, 2 Porsches in the top 10. And a very, very forgetful night for BMW. Jeff Adams 11th. Over David Bernays. Andrew Hazard held off Jonathan Hooper and Brenton Jewell, and it's still going on. Have a look at this. 21st, if you don't mind. That's ridiculous. They're still going at it. Ben Woods and Daniel Piper. Onto the main straight. Piper and Woods. Oh, Piper didn't get the greatest run off the final corner. Woods might be able to pull out of the draft and go for the lunge here. Have a look at this. Up to the line. No. Piper's going to hold on. Have a look at that. Jeez, it was tight. Oh. It all hell broke loose there towards the end, just like at the start. Magnificent. In between all of that, Hazard 13th, Hooper 14th, Jewell 15th. That third run down pit lane really cooled those blokes, and I feel as though Jewell's third run down pit lane might have just been a drive-through, just quite frankly, because it's only showing that he stopped twice on our screen, but we definitely saw him go in again. So it might have been incident points. Chuk Fung Wong, Adam Burhop, unfortunately, down in 17th. He got home on the lead lap, but by gee, he'll be disappointed given how strong a run he was having until that point. As I said, it was a night to forget for BMW. The first of them was Andrew Hazard in 13th, yet they were regularly inside the top 10. Drew Jewell and Fung Wong for much of the night. Matt Schmidtke 19th behind Dave Riddell. 20th for Daniel Piper over Betty Woods. Sean Benici, David Johnson, William Yarwood. Everyone from Benici down was a lap down at the end. Neil, Arnott and Khan with Heaney. Oliver 2 laps down and Luthwaite 6 laps down. That made up the field. Dial out of business on lap 27. Chiplin, Baz, and Muir as well. The attrition rate low, but a couple of key contenders there caught up in the garbage. Unfortunately, David Baz very early on, Sam Muir as well, and also as we saw, Aidan Luthwaite. That exit was less than desired. And a moment to forget. So there's the race replay coming up on your screen now, folks. Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see how far we get into the race highlights and the replay before we sign off. Usually on grand final night, we get a lot closer to the showing the replay in full than we would really like to. It's 28 past 10 Eastern Standard Time. We've got no drivers jumping in for a chat with us just yet, except Kurt Nomanson. And, mate, we appreciate the fact that you've hung out with us for much of the night. Thursday night's going to be interesting. That's obviously your immediate assignment. But then we look towards next season, the GT3s and the supercars. There was a bit of discussion earlier on that they're going to shake the supercars up by going to the Gen 2 supercars, not the previous model that we've been using here. So what are your thoughts on that with the prancing horse there as well? So it's got the prancing horse is going to have a fair presence on a Monday night.
Yeah, I'm excited to do that. I need to do a lot more practice in that. I've done basically no laps in that Mustang, so we'll have to do a lot of practice in that, and hopefully in the off-season get better in the GT3 Mustang too.
Indeed. Just quickly, mate, there are the results from GT3, and we've got Joe Baldwin standing live for a chat as well. We'll get to him in a moment. Dimitri Agathos, Bradley Carr, Stephen Gallacher, Adam Bryant, James Frencone, Joe Baldwin in 6th, Andrew Franklin, Neil Gladwin, Cameron Hardwick was 9th, and Adam Hennessy was 10th. And in the end, those guys got to 42 laps. So, I mean, as I say, it was only Denchi. Denchi was the difference between us not getting to 43 laps and getting to 43 laps. And he got us there with 20 seconds to spare. Joe Baldwin's here, but before we talk about the night that was Trucker, and I want to talk about Bathurst as well as Ride America with you in just a moment, I just want to bring everybody's attention to Term 3 of 2024 and Season 18 for the club. Now, the big news is that Adam Lavis has the full slate ready to go in slide form to reveal exactly what you can look forward to term on term here on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. And it's a good thing that you're with us, mate, because you can talk us through the committee discussions and the movers and the shakers and what stayed the same and what's going to change term on term. And I guess we start with the obvious. We go to Monday night and we apply the old methodology of if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of guys have asked for the newer supercar. There was actually a method behind the madness. We had a shuffle in the background, and a lot of it depended on what iRacing gave us, because there was whispers that we were going to get the new supercar, which didn't happen, obviously. So,
yep, that's right.
So it's been a pretty good formula, I think, on the Monday night. So just for a change of pace, we figured we'd go back to the what are currently the current supercars in the service, as far as iRacing is concerned, and. Yeah, so hopefully we might get Gen 3 at the next update in 3 months. So fingers crossed for that. And like Scott there, a bit of preparation for the Gen 3 wouldn't go astray. So we'll step up to the newer car and go and have a bit of fun. So, and the GT3s, that's not going anywhere.
No, not at all. There was the incident on lap 1. Lap 2. That was the big one that we were talking about there a few moments ago. We were actually lucky that we got everyone through cleanly on the opening lap. Not so lucky the second lap. Just whilst we got that slide up there, I guess it's a succession plan now, isn't it, Joe? Because if we step from the old school to the new school, we can then easily enough transition into the newer school if Gen 3 does become part of that Term 4 update.
Yeah, definitely. And it's funny, like you hear a lot of different people going, oh, it doesn't have sway bars, it doesn't have this. Well, that's what the real life's got. People, it's a sim. Like you're going to have what they have. And I'm absolutely looking forward to it. I think that mean, personal opinion, I think supercars are probably a little stale in the service. Simply on the fact that we haven't had an updated car in 5 years. You know, so I think it'd be great getting the Gen 3 in. It's a bit of a clean slate for everybody in what's probably one of the most difficult cars to drive. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy driving it and enjoy it even more if I can actually ever get a result in one. But if we can step up to the Gen 3 when they come out, you know, be leaders in the field in Australian sim racing when they drop.
And then, of course, we look at the main course there, mate. We're very excited. So the format of those supercar races ain't going to change, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have the 25-minute races, rounds 1 through 9, and 45-minute season finale for week 10. This is all getting underway Monday, July 8. Make a note of that. And all made possible thanks to the sponsors scrolling across both the top and bottom of your screen at the moment. Ford versus Chevy is going to be the headline act on Monday night. We're very excited about that. But obviously there's still a role to play if you're a Ferrari, an Audi, a Porsche, a BMW, a Lamborghini, a McLaren or a Mercedes in GT3. The most exciting thing, I guess, as was revealed partway through the broadcast tonight, Joe and Adam, is that for the first time in a while, we're going back to 3 splits, acknowledging that the GT3 formula is as popular as it's ever been, and it's probably going to grow some legs here with the introduction of both the Mustang and the Corvette.
Oh, look, there's been overwhelming positivity, even more so for the Ford, I think, just because it sounds so fantastic, like from in the car, from outside the car. I mean, the Chev sounds all right for a leaf blower or whatever. Like, it's no, the Chev, it sounds all right. And I think people actually like the way the Chevy drives. I don't own it. I've got the Mustang. I'm a bit of Ford bias, but either way, it's a lot of people are pretty positive about the GT3s, and I think it's it's worth going to 3 splits. We're going to get a lot of people stepping back into the GT3s with the addition of these new cars.
Indeed. So we are now going to have 3 splits to bring you the results of on a Monday night. We're also going to have Adam Lavis is going to have the juggling act of deciding how many races across how many splits we bring you throughout the course of a 14-race campaign across 10 weeks throughout the course of Term 3. Good luck with that, Adam Lavis. Fair dinkum. Don't envy you in the slightest. Right, some big changes coming to a Tuesday night. Let's have a look at what's coming your way there. Tuesday night motorsport in Term 3 of 2024 sees the phasing out of one of the great staples of the club, Joe, and tomorrow night it's somewhat symbolic that we're going to be on air for the end of an era for the Brendan Van Ryn Cup, which has always been known as, it's currently known as the Lobesy Racing Up-and-Comers, but the Up-and-Comers was one of the staples of the club from very early on. One of our good mates from the Apple Isle, of course, Chris Kisby, was always an integral part of getting that one going, and it's maintained its presence here for the better part of the time that we've been on air. Next term, it phases out. The introductory formula comes into the entree slot, if you like, with 3 sprint races each week in those 5 cars there, folks. So you're going to see 2 rounds in Formula V, 2 rounds in Skip Barber, 2 rounds in Formula Ford, 2 rounds in the Renault 2.0, and 2 rounds in Formula 4, with somewhat of an open wheel flavour to Tuesday night motorsport, because we'll have the Wings and Slicks, the Super Formula Lights, moving nights. Different race formats, same series, new night. They will continue for another season in our platforms, just purely based on popular demand, and they have delivered both good fields and good racing, boys. So talk us through the decision to phase out the Van Ryn Cup, the Up-and-Comers, and why we've moved Wings and Slicks to a Tuesday night, and what we're looking forward to with the introductory formula as well.
The introductory formula, it's basically exactly what we're doing with the Formula Vs on Thursday night, but moving it to Tuesday night. the Van Ring Cup, like the up and comers, there's so many guys now that they've run through the series, improved their pace, and it's sort of lost that beginner feel to it. There's a lot of really fast guys that are still eligible to race it, but they're also, capable of winning top 5 on any given night, whether it be in Super 2s or GT3 AM or whatever. Like, they're not slow anymore. So we're just not shelving it completely, just in the short term. And we thought we'd bring as a night of Formula on a Tuesday night, just about evolving the club and trying new things. So I think those people that love their open wheeler, I think you're gonna be in for a thrill on Tuesday nights. Like I know when Skip Barbers are on, I'm going to be having days off of work so I can get in and race them. I love the Skippies. That's a well-known fact. But
yep.
Yeah, but and following up the wings and slicks, we've actually got a meeting tomorrow night. It's a little bit at the moment, but I'm not sure whether or not Adam's mentioned it to now. But we could have something. Sorry. All right. So, well, just to say that watch this space. It could be something very exciting for the club and the guys that run the Super Formula Lights. We have a meeting tomorrow night. Watch this space. We will, once we've had the meeting tomorrow night, we will release more information and get it out to the guys that ran in that. So it could be something pretty exciting on the horizon for the Super Formula Light drivers.
Yep, and hopefully that'll be news that we can bring everybody on the broadcast at the end of tomorrow night as well from Phillip Island with the Van Ring Cup.
Absolutely.
100%. Hey, stay with me, truck up, and apologies to all the guys that are coming for the post-race show. We'll get to Greg Keeney, we'll get to Kurt Nomanson, Matt Dench, and Paul Wood in just a few moments. With regards to introductory formula, ZW Cabin's wearing a black armband at the moment, but you'll see why when we get to Thursday night. So let's go to Wednesday night in the meantime. And we remind everybody that if it's not broke, don't fix it. So there you go. A little bit of a change, a very slight change, if you notice, too, ladies and gentlemen, because the GT1 Civil War has been phased out on Tuesday nights, and therefore GT1 now becomes part of the production car challenge on a Wednesday night. You're only going to see 2 races each week, and again, 5 different cars. So two nights of the week, we're going to see alternating cars and different setups going on there, Joe, which is exciting. 2 multi-car formats going here. The Mazda stay, the Toyota stay, the Mustang stay, the TCR stays, the Porsche Cup's gone, and the GT1 is in, and you'll see why the Porsche Cup's gone in just a moment.
Yeah, you will, but it's same thing. It's a formula that's been working, albeit on a Tuesday night, but we thought we'd move it up to a Wednesday, and Wednesday's sort of probably been one of the nights where we've had more member participation, so hopefully we can get bigger fields for the production challenge, and same with GT4. You can't move away from that. It's always puts on some of the best racing of the week in the GT4s, so we won't be going away from those. Same as GT3, it's a bit of a staple of the club now. So
correct, and I think GT4, as much as it's not on my commentary schedule at the moment, I think GT4 has really thrived in its new slot in a main course format on a Wednesday night. Join Banksy and Daniel Correa-Sar for the grand finale of Term 2 this Wednesday night, and of course we'll wait and see what comes of broadcast arrangements for next term in the coming weeks. Multiple race formats as per usual, so nothing changes there. The same 5 manufacturers. There is now the potential for wet weather races should the issues that we've had with iRacing's Tempest format for some of our competitors in the coming weeks be sorted out, and we're looking forward to that immensely. Big changes, massive changes to Thursday night motorsport. It was an open wheel night. It's now, have a look at that. It's a bit of a tin top night again. You've got the Downforce Legends first up with LMP2 cars, not radicals, LMP2. We're going sports car racing in the entree slot on a Thursday night. We're going to have a mix of sprint and 40-minute races there. Astonishing to see that the LMP2 cars have been picked up into an entree slot on a Thursday night. That promises to be very exciting. And the format of racing there will be interesting as well, boys, because it's one of those formats where the quality of the racing, I would imagine, Adam Lavis, would be very much circuit dependent. So good luck to whoever's drawing up that calendar. The pressure's going to be on.
Joe's doing that calendar, so
he is.
But yeah, it's one of those guys that they're very fast, very grippy, but also any mistake because of that fast and grippiness is amplified with how much time you lose. So being smooth and consistent and fast are going to be 3 key things to keeping those cars towards the front of the grid.
Indeed. Let's have a look.
And anybody who's driven them knows that they're almost like a faux open wheel car. Like they drive very similar to an open wheel, but they also don't. When you get it wrong, if you get over bumps, they lose the downforce. They can be a real handful. They'll get away very quick. Good fun,
I
though.
love the LMP2.
Yeah,
that's gonna be exciting.
A lot of
Look at this. Going back to the future, boys. That's the only way to describe it. The Porsche Cup back on the platforms of the GSRC. And I guess the only reason why it's exciting to have it back, Joe, is the reinvention of the wheel there, because they have been blessed with the Tempest weather update in recent times. And, I mean, it'll be the same format as it's always been. Multiple different race formats, sprints, mini enduros, and single super sprint formats as well. So all the same nooks and crannies there, except with the addition of wet weather should the IR issues be resolved. And Denchi, provided that he's available on a Thursday night, still I don't know what his schedule's like anymore.
I can almost feel the smile coming through Facebook.
I know. I can only imagine that the pressure's on him if he does turn up to secure what he's just done in GT3, and that is go for title number 10.
Are you available Thursday night, Senchi?
I think we could squeeze it in there somewhere.
You can hear everybody sighing now, can't you? It'll be good to get the Porsche Cup back. I know there was a few guys that when we took it off the schedule, they're like, "Oh look, we'll go and do our own thing." When you guys get the Porsche Cup back on the schedule, we'd love to come back and race and try and put the wood on the Denchi and have a good race and series there. So, and I think the other thing too, and I'm sure that Matt's probably done a lap or 3 in it since the update, but I believe they've actually changed some of the car dynamics with it and the tyre model. I think, is that right, Matt? They've changed the way the car drives a little bit.
Yeah, from what I read, the car should drive better. It should be a little bit more front end on it, I believe. I haven't actually been in it to test it, but the changes sounded pretty good, so yeah, look forward.
Go for it, Joe.
I was going to say, so yeah, it's going to be a welcome return to a Thursday night for sure.
Indeed. As I say, secretly, silently crying on the inside because there's no Formula V in the entree slot on a Thursday night anymore, but very excited. Very excited about the Porsche Cup and the prospect of some wet weather racing there as well, and seeing if the Master can notch up title number 10 just as he's done here in GT3 tonight. And I've got some questions for M. Dench very shortly. We're getting to him straight after we finish with Joe here. So, with Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday ticked off, let's go to Friday night and have a look at this. Hey, a returning old favourite, ladies and gentlemen. And I've just been contacted about this one, just by the by. The great man Nick Fodiatis tuning in. And he said, any chance you're available on a Friday night? Well, there's somewhere I'm definitely not due to radio commitments, but we can make it work for the return of IndyCar. We're very excited about that. Road and oval races, competition caution, 65 minutes, you name it. It'll be an absolute pearler to have that one back. It's disappeared for a little while. It hasn't been able to be run because of those contractual issues that iRacing have now sorted out with IndyCar. And now IndyCar can come back to the club platforms, potentially in broadcast form. We're excited about that. And yes, we'll wait and see how many return to the fore for the return of one of our great open wheel favourites. no change to Saturday or Sunday, boys, but by gee, it's good to have IndyCar back. It feels like everything that's old is new again.
Yeah, definitely. The Mountain Men on Saturday nights has been going great guns. We've been getting pretty good numbers, and we ran the F1 car there the other night, the old original Williams that came. Oh my lord, wasn't that thing fast? You get into the supercar, and you're like, it doesn't turn, it doesn't stop, it doesn't go, but it's doing everything it normally does. It's just you've been driving around the mountain in something that does 1:36-second lap times. So, yeah, that was a bit of an eyebrow raiser on Saturday night, but that's the sort of fun we have. This Saturday night, we've got the GT1s for the 50-lap grand final. Everybody loves that car around there on a Saturday night, so that's what's upcoming for this Saturday night with it anyway. And the endurance race we had this last Sunday, that'll continue on for the rest of the year, so that's not going anywhere for now, so it should be good.
Not at all. Excellent stuff. All right, well, we've revealed the slate, ladies and gentlemen. So, Monday night stays the same, the only difference being that we'll have 2 new cars in GT3 and we're upgrading the supercars to the newer model. Tuesday night, of course, it's open wheel night. So, open wheel night moves from Thursday to Tuesday. Wednesday night remains the same, and Thursday night is a big change, of course, with the Porsches returning to where they rightfully were before Super Formula Light took over and stole the show, and of course the LMP2 cars. And I think that's the first time that the Downforce Legends has been dedicated to LMP2. It's normally been the SR8 or the SR10, haven't they? So LMP2, that's going to be a nice challenge for those that take it up. Yeah, LMP2s, they're mental fun. So I know there's one team. Say hi to the Summit SimSport guys. There's a couple of blokes over there. They're going to be rubbing their hands with giddy joy, knowing that car's coming to the club. So yeah,
don't worry, Joe. I've got some as well.
Yeah, I bet you have. Yeah. It's and it's a mega car. Like it's a lot of fun. So I'll make sure I put a lot of thought into the tracks that we run with that to make sure they suit that style of car, not nice, fast flowing, and Iron Park, them sort of places. We'll see how we go.
Right. Hey, Trucker, before I let you go, it'd be remiss of me not to ask you about the night that was. And a fairly decent run in the supercar at Mount Panorama, my friend. And by the looks of it, a fairly decent run in the GT3 M race as well, mate.
Look, I've been saying it for how long now? I cannot qualify to save my life. I think I was like 24th or something in the 25th in the supercar.
You were right
behind
me.
Stupid.
I was 23rd.
Yeah, and I ended up battling. I just burnt the rear tyres off trying to hold on to 10th, but I ended up 10th in class. One of the Super 3 guys finished inside the top 10 on track, so I end up 10th overall. So I'm pretty happy with that. Had a spin late in the race, which was a bit disappointing, but but the GT3, I couldn't put a lap together in qualifying to save my life. I was like 3.5 seconds off, and as soon as the race went green, I just dropped the hammer and went for it, and it was, I think I picked up like 8 spots on lap 1, 7 spots lap 1 or something stupid, and it was a great race actually. I had a really good race. Andrew Franklin, him and I had a good, really good battle, and chased down James Francone there in the closing stages. Him and I had a really good battle. Got to a lap car, and I just tried to rush and got a big slide up, got the tyres hot, and I was catching James at about 1.2 seconds a lap prior to that. But once I had the big slide, I got the tyres hot. That was the end of it. We were 10th for the last 5 laps, so I just couldn't do anything with it. But I'm pretty happy to finish 6th in that last race. So it's probably one of my better drives.
Jake Slade having the time of his life there, almost certainly putting his name on the grid for GT4 and Porsches as well as Super 2. That's fantastic. And Kurt was going to limit his nights, but now he can't, so that's good. More commitment, more time, the better. Hey, Trucker, will we be seeing you tomorrow night?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I'll pop in after we've had our little meeting. I'll I'll certainly drop in and join you on the broadcast, and we'll have a chat.
Yeah, let's do that then, because obviously I'm just looking at the clock. It's 8 minutes to 11 on the East Coast. 8 to 1 on in New Zealand on the North and South Island, of course. And then, of course, 8 minutes to 9 o'clock over there in WA. So we'll let you go on that note, mate. Well done on putting another great season together, and well done on through the work of you and the rest of the committee, continuing to take the club from strength to strength. That looks like an awesome schedule. The feedback already coming in is positive for term 3. Bring it on.
Yeah, thank you, Zach. Appreciate that. And yeah, I think congratulations to Denchi for his Pro Series championship. I'm not sure who's won the AM Series, but yeah, congrats to them guys. They were all pretty fast tonight. So yeah, well done, guys.
Adam Lavis is fast punching the numbers whilst we go here.
He would be, definitely.
To talk to a few of our champions here, and then, of course, we'll bring Adam Lavis in, who will be able to put a full stop on it for us. Denchi, look, we tip the hat and we salute you, mate. Congratulations again. Fantastic stuff. Title number 10. It's unprecedented. It's extraordinary. There's a few different things that we want to talk to you about, including next term, of course. And we're just seeing a Jared Knight comment there with regards to the Porsches as well. He's going to reserve his judgment on whether he returns full time to the Porsches until after he fences it in round 1. So he's already predicting the future is Jared Knight. But mate, that is another clinical performance from you right across the course of the season. You can tick Audi off the list. And, of course, we'll talk about Ford and Corvette in just a few moments' time. But you tucked in behind Simon Nicholson for the opening stint, your teammate. You came out with a 3.5-second lead. You doubled that after the second stop and just went along with it and held a steady 7 to 8 second lead for the balance of the night to wrap up the title. And let's be perfectly honest, I mean, it was just about secured before we got here, but it was nice to go out and put the icing on the cake regardless.
Yeah, it's pretty good race out there tonight. Yeah, I think Simon just kind of got his first fuel stop slightly wrong. I think he put a bit more fuel in and got caught up with some traffic. So yeah, we managed to have enough pace to manage the gap and just ride it on out.
How about that, eh? 10 by GT3 Pro titles, 9 Porsche Cups, 1 GT4, 1 GTE, etc., etc., etc. We've run out of room on that line to acknowledge all of your accolades throughout the course of the history of the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, mate. The last time we ran a 90-minute race here at Road America, in terms of round 10 grand final night, you just turned up in the GT. The Ford GT, just to prove a point to everybody, and you did that. But tonight, you couldn't afford to take the risk of running a car that wasn't your full season machine, only because you had Jared Knight still in the fight. You had Richard Mitchum still in the fight as well. But to be able to pull away from the field like that and just leave him in the rear view mirror again, that must have just made the task just that little bit easier for you.
Yeah, Simon sort of like asked me in the first few laps, like, do we try and push on and see if we can break the toe, and we kept seeing Cooper in the mirror there for quite a few laps before we managed to sneak away from him. But yeah, it was really good pace out there from Simon and myself. It was really fun.
Indeed. Denchi has secured title number 10 for those of you just joining us. That is the breaking news tonight. It's beyond a shadow of a doubt. The obvious question, mate, I mean, it's been a while since we checked in with you. You don't visit us in the post-race show as often as you used to. However, a lot of excitement in the air, mate. No doubt. I think you know where I'm going with these questions. One, Trucker obviously has already put the carrot out there and dangled it in front of you. Porsche Cup back on the platforms. Title number 10 there for the taking as well next term. Along with the added possibility of rain in server. But here in GT3 land, it's Chevy v Ford. That's all the talk. That's all the hype. What are your thoughts on the two cars, the Corvette and the Mustang? Have you had a play with either or both? What's your preference, and how do you feel as though that's going to reinvent the wheel of GT3 on a Monday night here?
I mean, like in the history of iRacing releasing new cars, they generally have a slight edge over the others. So I think either front engine or mid engine car, we're going to have to go with the mid engine car for next season, just because that's kind of the driving style that I'm used to right now. So we'll jump in that Corvette and give it a strap and see what it's.
And that's really interesting, because a lot of the talk has been around the Mustang. So to hear that Denchi's keen on the Corvette, oh boy. So the obvious question, right? I believe you're yet to tick BMW off the list, but I feel as though that's going to be deferred and delayed as much as possible. So do we go Corvette for Term 3, Mustang for Term 4, and then maybe show the BMW some love Term 1 of 25?
I thought I did BMW.
Have you?
Last season.
Last season. Okay, well in that case then BMW's ticked off. So is it just Ford and Corvette that we've got to tick off?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got this year to do that then. That's all right.
We'll stay true to our word and leave Ford for last.
Yes, yeah, very true. Sorry, there's that much going on. It's so hard to keep up with Denchi's movements because he's in a different manufacturer every bloody season. But now, obviously, that's not the first time you've ticked Audi off. I think I'm right in saying. I think we've been in the Audi before, have we not?
Yeah, I did the other Audi, I believe it was. This is the first time in the new one.
Yep. Mate, from an iRacing standpoint, we feel as though there's reinvigorated interest in GT3 and the server as a whole because of the rain, the Tempest weather system. We feel as though that GT3 is about to get a new lease of life because of these new cars, not just because they were the new flavour of the month, but because it's the biggest change that we've had to GT3 in a while. Okay, it's occasionally been one car here, one car there, but now it's two cars. And there's a lot of Ford faithful that are very happy to see the back of the GT. It's getting, buried in a corner somewhere in a graveyard and lit on fire. It's not to be seen again, I don't think, according to some people. But how do you feel about what I said earlier in the call, that iRacing have had to, as the world's got back to normal and as they've maintained their sort of participation numbers and their popularity, how do you feel as though they've done in terms of continuing to reinvent the wheel? Firstly with the Tempest weather system, now with reinventing GT3, in terms of either keeping or boosting their participation numbers?
Yeah, I think they've done quite well. They're always looking to improve the car, and like just the general feeling of how the cars drive and their tyre models. Now they've finally got their hands on the rain model as well. So yeah, I think it's looking really good for the future.
Very nicely done. There we go. Kurt's just saying, well, I mean, Kurt's in the commentary box and he's talking on the YouTube thread there as well. Yes, this is very true. He's no real edge that he's seen in the new cars just yet, but I'm also not in the top split to see that. And that's a well-proven point. We'll get to Kurt on that a little bit later on because, and Greg Heaney's probably well-versed to comment on that as well, because there's always a discrepancy. There's always a variance. And when we look at the end results in the championship, you'll see what I'm talking about. Audi have dominated here. But when you look in other splits, either Ford or, either Porsche or Lamborghini or Ferrari or BMW have been on, it's never been the same across the two servers. And Denchi, we haven't seen a calendar yet. We know that the race formats will be relatively the same. What do you hope to see on the calendar? What do you hope not to see on the calendar, please?
I don't know. I'd like to see some Detroit, some Brands Hatch. Maybe some more elevation and like bumpy tracks. I quite like all that sort of stuff. So yeah, some nice technical track.
And just about now, and just to give everybody some sort of ray of hope, Adam Lavis is jotting those tracks down on the do not tour list. But anyway, let's just take a moment to celebrate your success again, mate. I mean, this season, we haven't checked in with you each and every week, but there were a couple of hiccups along the way. It wasn't all as straightforward as you would have liked it to be.
Yeah, I think like the first big one was Bathurst, where I got back within a couple of seconds to jump in the car, and still had the wet setup on a dry track, so that was fun. Then we ended up bending it into the pit entry wall, so yeah, that was the end of that night. And then the Nürburgring the very next week, we couldn't even get a lap around the track in practice, so we just ditched that one altogether.
Yes, but then what a way to respond. He's come back and won the last 4 rounds on the hop, ladies and gentlemen, and done it in comprehensive, emphatic style in it. And, you know, we can talk about the rest of the class improving their form and putting a little bit of pressure on here and there, but the reality is you are still the leader of the pack, the benchmark, the denchmark, whatever we want to call it. Are they any hope of stopping you when the Corvettes and Mustangs come into town?
Oh, I remember a few, maybe 3-4 seasons ago, me and Simon were like a second a lap faster than everyone, and now it's only a couple of tenths here or there, and everyone's picking up their pace and they're starting to get close. So yeah, hopefully not too far away they can maybe get a win on top of me. So.
A couple of tenths still adds up over 90 minutes, especially when you're still finding some way to, burn the fuel tank just slightly slower than everybody else, and also finding some time on pit lane still as well. Denchi, I'm in the tricks of the trade. We could write a book on it. Hey, anyone you want to thank before I let you go, mate? And I appreciate you stopping by and being patient with us while we run through the new schedule. And on the way out as well, obviously, thank whoever you want, but then let me know what else entices you and what else takes your fancy out of what you've just seen there with regards to our calendar announcement for Term 3.
We'll thank everyone that puts on GSRC and the broadcast team. He's do a fantastic job. I mean, like on Thursday night there, the opening one, the LMP2, that sort of caught my eye, and then I saw the Porsche Cup car, so it could be a really busy night.
It could be. I tell you what, and already the Downforce Legends guys, I tell you what, they're already feeling threatened by that comment from them. Dench, don't worry about that. And by the way, the endorsement for us was not paid for or asked for. I just want that noted as well. Hey, Denchi, well done, mate. Go and celebrate in comprehensive style. Title number 10, and you've done it on the trot. That's the definition of perfection in my eyes, and I'm sure many others as well. So well done. Celebrate that and enjoy, obviously, what's to come in the couple of weeks off. You'll have a break from GSRC platforms, but no doubt more testing, more development, more official racing awaits you. You don't walk away from the rig for terribly long. So enjoy that. Well done again, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, thanks everyone. We'll see you all.
Cannot sing the superlatives of that man. You sometimes run out of the adequate superlatives to describe his achievements, his accomplishments, not just here on these platforms, but across the board. Extraordinary stuff. Paul Wood, back doing Paul Wood things. It felt like everything that was old was new again tonight, mate. A nice way for the Ferrari to be phased out here, because you were, I think I'm right in saying, the biggest mover of the night. 17 positions up from 26th to 9th, mate. Well done, a solid run.
Yeah, it's probably the best run I've had all season. Tom, I really should have gone to the Ferrari in the beginning, because I'm glad to see the tail end of that Lambo. The Ferrari is a far better car to drive. But yeah,
I love it.
We'll see what next season brings. Whether I follow the herd of everyone else, I really like that Mustang. It's ran up a Ford man, but yeah, do we try something else? And as Nick would say, zag when everyone else zigs. But we'll see.
Well, this is exactly right, mate. And rumour has it that you've been hard at work doing all the new paint schemes and liveries for everybody else in the Bailey Ladders Aussie Racers stable, mates. Getting ready for the new season, and apparently the task of the artwork on the Corvette's a little bit tedious, a little bit Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, a little bit tricky. I don't know who the smart person was, decided to put a big number barrier right in the middle of the door. And like you couldn't put it to the front of it or to the rear of it, but now you got to put it dead center. So yeah, it just makes it very hard when you're trying to put sponsors on there. But I worked as best I could with it, and I've come up with, I think, the best options I can. So yeah, we'll see how it goes, see who drives it next season, and yeah, you can make your own judgment calls on it. But yeah, they're all done, they're all ready to go, and yeah, they're looking good. So hopefully they bring us some good luck.
See, there's always someone in a world where we're all about making things more efficient, more easy, more doable, manageable. There's always one person that comes along and throws a spanner in the works. And there's words that we could throw at that person, but I'm not going to do it on this broadcast. We're trying to stay happy, upbeat, and alive and active, ladies and gentlemen. Woodsy, I mean, what are you most excited about with regards to? We've just revealed the slate of races for the new term. What catches your fancy?
At the moment, I think pretty much the usuals. I'm looking forward to GT3, GT4. I may give the LMP2 a run. We'll see how we go, but yeah, other than that, I haven't actually decided on anything else. Maybe the GT1 when it comes up on the Wednesday early. I think it was Wednesday. It was on an earlier session. Could be an option as well, but yeah, the mainstays for me at the moment, and I'll see what I can pick up other than that.
And I guess for as for tonight, mate, I mean the racing here at Road America, these longer races, I feel as though they tend to suit you, don't they? And you made it work in terms of getting through the early stages when everything was bunched up and congested, and then just easing into the night, picking up when others ran into misfortune, including, of course, those two BMWs late in the piece. And it looked as though you didn't really run into any trouble at all.
No, for me, the car was just comfortable from start to finish. It didn't have outright pace, so it's not like I qualified pretty low down, but the pace was consistent, so I could just hit the same time lap in, lap out, which is exactly the way I like a car to be. It's predictable, it's repeatable, and that's why the longer races, tend to work for me. So, yeah, once I get into that comfortable state like tonight, and I can just, keep my concentration there, I do enjoy the longer races. They seem to work in my favour, and it feels good to finally be back and actually get into positions and doing some good moves and that sort of thing. So yeah, looking forward to it. Hopefully I can keep it going and improve on this season and keep it going into the next one.
All right, very nicely done. And what's on for the rest of this week, please? What are you most looking forward to out of Grand Final week, or what's left of it?
For me at the moment, GT4 is the only official thing that's left for me. And other than that, it's just whether I'm feeling a bit bored and want to jump into something else. But yeah, GT4 is the main thing, so concentrate on that and try and get as good a result as I can. We've got one Mr. Gary Cousins is sitting pretty good in the championship, so the last couple of weeks I've been trying to help him to get his maximum points. So we'll keep it going and see if he can stay on the podium for the championship. But that's my goal for the rest of the week.
Forever the team player. I like it, Woodsy. Well done. And what about the time off that's coming up? What's the plan there?
For me, hopefully I'm going to try and do a bit of practice in the GT3s to actually finally make the final decision. I mean, it's very highly likely I'll go with the Mustang because it's really dear to my heart. But I'll try and get some testing in. I think I've still got a couple other liveries to do for a few other cars, but overall, try and have a break and just catch up on all the bits and pieces I need for the club. There's still a bit of stewarding outstanding, that sort of thing. Get everything wrapped up nicely before next season. That's probably my goal, and just have a break as well over the time and get refreshed, ready to go for next season.
I wish I had the full 2 weeks off, but unfortunately there's some commitments beyond the GSRC that are going to keep me busy throughout the break, so I'm not sure exactly how refreshed I'm going to be when we relaunch on July 8. Only time will tell. Hey, Woodsy, well done, mate. Appreciate it as always. Have a good night.
Thanks, guys. Catch you later.
Greg Keeney's here, Kurt Nomenson as well. I think we've chatted to everybody else. Let's get to Greg. Gee, sum all that up for me. There was a fair bit going on, and it seemed like your mob was always in the thick of it.
Yeah, good turnout from our boys tonight. Unfortunately, Aiden had he ended up copping a drive-through from being an innocent bystander with another incident that happened, so that put him out of contention. Of all the practice we did, I did a whole bunch of practice earlier today. I probably did a little bit over the weekend. Now that we've got the move out of the way, everything was wet. And then, obviously, with iRacing not having all of their ducks in a row with the wet weather conditions and stuff, it's obviously not playing ball with everybody's PC. So to keep a level playing field, Ads obviously re-rolled the sessions to have them dry. Nobody had done any real dry practice with the setups to see what did and didn't work and stuff. And my own race tonight, I was not exactly the fastest around the track, and then taking a pit stop, dropping the rear wing out a point, obviously sobbed myself out 10 seconds there, but then having a little bit too overzealous coming out of Canada Corner, and finding the fence forced my hand for another stop, and then it was just run it out to the end from there.
And unfortunately, Aidan Luthwaite, as good as it was to see him out there, mate, he was involved in a couple of incidents, and the one that kind of put him out of it was not in any way, shape or form his fault.
Yeah, when that one happened, he actually ended up copping a drive-through for that because he was at his incident limit, so that pushed him past it.
That just tipped him over the edge. He was already frustrated, no doubt.
Oh yeah, he was not terribly happy with the being that he was an innocent bystander on it. So,
an interesting comment there from Andrew Neal. He's feeding you a little bit of curry, saying that you were the quickest Lambo in the team because you made it unfinished, and Aidan did not.
Pretty sure Matt Schmidtke was a little bit quicker than I was. He's driving the Lambo as well, so.
Yep. And so you had 3 Lambos, 2 Porsches, and a Beamer out there tonight, did you?
Yeah. Well, 2 Beamers actually.
Yep.
No, it would have been 3, but we had 2 because we've actually also managed to pick up William Yarwood. We just weren't able to get him a livery. Yep. We're unable to get him a livery sorted, so yeah, I think we're going to need another factory to put all the cars in. So
well, to be fair, you might need another wallet, but I hope you didn't open it too wide for Will, because he does all right with his karting business. So I don't think it would have taken him too much arm twisting.
No, well, Andrew jumped on whilst in the car on Discord, and he's like, "Oi, jump over to Dangerous Yarns and have a chat with William because he's over there." I'm like, when I get this banker lap in, and he's like, because I'm in qualifying doing this, and he's like, "Oh, I'll jump over there." So he's jumped over whilst in the car.
Yep.
And then he's come back, and he's like, "When you get a second, go over and flick William an invite." So I've jumped over. It's like, "Hey, Will, here's an invite."
Yep. Come and join us.
And he's like, "Oh, this is all happening pretty quick." So he's ended up jumping. He was in with us tonight. So.
Look at you, talent scouters. Just, you've got your eye out for anyone that doesn't have a team assigned to them, and you're like, "Yep, we'll have you." But I mean, in saying that, I mean, Yarwood's a good peddler. We know that, and carries over some real career achievements and some real credentials out of karting as well into his sim racing. And I caught up with him at the Ipswich Kart Club about this time last year, actually, and he said, "You're enjoying the entertainment on the GSRC?" I said, "Probably more than you are."
I will also mention we also did get Pavlo Hanna. I think he was running an AM tonight. So yeah, he's another one we've got as well. So you'll probably see us popping up everywhere.
It's a growing stable, and it's something to be excited about. Now, obviously, we've already discussed Corvette Mustang with you. I mean, when we look at the results sheet tonight, for you guys, unfortunately, it's a case of what might have been, because Matt Schmidtke was, in the end, the best of you down in 19th. We know that Fred Kahn ran into some trouble. We know that you had your issues. We know that Aidan ran into some trouble as well. So too did Jackson Diallo.
I think we all had slight issues.
Yes. You win some, you lose some, don't you, mate? But what's the stable most looking forward to? I mean, obviously, we've got Super Formula Light on Thursday night. We'll worry about that when we get there. What are you guys most looking forward to with regards to what you're going to get up to for the 2-week break? No GSRC action. You've got time to, explore elsewhere, or maybe even just put the feet up and relax for a little bit. I doubt that's going to happen. And then, of course, what are you most excited about with regards to next season? Obviously, Monday night's a given, the Corvette v Mustang war. But beyond that, we've just dropped the slate of races for next term, and I want to know what you're most excited about there.
Oh, for sure, the Monday night GT3s. With the 3 splits coming back in, we'll probably be. I would think that some of us will probably be scattered amongst a couple of the splits, depending on how ads works it all out. But yeah, we'll probably be in all of them, I would think, with our spread of drivers that we currently have. Tuesday nights, you'll most likely see us in there as well, particularly in the SFLs.
Yep.
Andrew, you're a race driver now. You're just going to have to give up.
No.
On his comment he just put in there.
Apparently the next 2 weeks he's just making sure his girlfriends know that they still exist. Okay, fair enough. I'm all for it. He's not the first one to say that we're going to get reacquainted with the family over the course of the next 2 weeks. I like it. I'm all for it. I don't have family up here close to me, so they miss out. And given the woes of the last 18 months for me, I'm certainly not looking for a girlfriend anytime soon. Maybe just a drought breaker. I can say that at 11, 18, can't I? Yeah, I can. Good. So maybe, I understand exactly where he's coming from. He's not the first one to mention that, he's going to do this thing called socialising and making sure that everybody knows that, yes, they're still existing. Yes, they're still, alive and well. And yes, they occasionally have time for things outside of the sim rig. I like it. And what about the rest of the offering, mate? I mean, the Porsches are back, and LMP2 will be interesting too.
Oh, I reckon there's a few boys in my stable that'll be will be champing at the bit for LMP2s. I think it was Aiden and Jackson were both having a go at the Sud Speed League for a little bit. I'm not entirely sure how they went with that, but I reckon they'll probably have a crack at it in this one. I might be able to tee up Fred for in that as well, but we'll see how we go. I'm not sure who else is going to be jumping in, but I have managed to wrangle, I think, at least half of the stable in for this coming Friday for Daytona, so there'll be a whole bunch of yellow on the track.
I like it. Looking forward to it immensely. We're very excited about Daytona on Friday night with the SRX. We'll get back to them in just a moment. Now, what about you, mate? What do you do for the 2 weeks off? Is there anything that is non-sim racing related that you can now actually focus on, or is it officials? Is it practice? What?
I honestly think it's just going to be a whole bunch of practice and getting attuned to the Corvette, in amongst doing a whole bunch of new liveries and getting them all lined up nice and neatly.
Good luck with the Corvette one, apparently.
I've already got our Corvette sorted.
Okay, good.
But Woodsy is definitely right. It is a real nuisance where they put that number board. I'm just kind of glad that we don't run the IMSA spec one, because the IMSA spec one is even worse.
Yes. Yeah.
Because obviously, as you can see now, obviously all the current GTs have the positional board inside the window. The IMSA spec Corvette has the number board on the door in front of the car number.
Yeah.
Which gives you even less room to work with.
Yeah. Interesting. See, for everything they get right, they still find a way to, baffle you.
This is actually the way the real world car is. That's not an iRacing issue.
Yeah, no. That's exactly it. It's all modelled to the real car. So I mean, it is what it is. It just means that you can't have your main sponsor. So for us, it's the Bowens boys. I mean, you can't have your main sponsor as big as you would like it, unless you, particularly with the Corvette, have to cut and paste it and chop it up and try and merge it over a body line or something, which can be a nuisance.
Indeed it can be. Hey, any final thoughts from you before we wrap this one up, mate? Because I'm going to go back to Curtin Omenson, who's waited there so patiently for the last hour. But, it's been an interesting season, and I guess there's still so much to come because we're so excited about Thursday night now.
Oh, most definitely. I just want to thank everybody at the GSRC that behind the scenes that put on all the streams, and you guys for doing such a good job with it all, and bring on next season.
Indeed. I'm already chomping at the bit. July 8 cannot come quick enough. We're so excited about Monday Night Motorsport next term. Who takes us up on the offer of the 2019 supercars, and just how many Fords and Corvettes will be roaring around. And that's actually one thing that I almost reneged to ask you, Greg. We're hearing a lot now. It was never a discussion or a talking point with regards to the Ford GT. But now that the Mustang's coming in, or the Corvette as well, the GM, there's so much more talk than there's ever been before, in GT3 at least, about brands and brand loyalty. So that adds another degree of excitement and intensity to it, doesn't it?
Oh, most definitely. I mean, you'll see me driving around with a bow tie on, so.
I love it. Well done, mate. Thank you for that. Appreciate you sticking around as long as you have tonight. Enjoy the rest of the night, and we'll catch up with you during the course of the remainder of Grand Final week.
No worries. Cheers. Thank you very much.
Remembering, folks, that we are on air Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday night as well. We're just about done. Kurt Nomanson, I mean, I'm not sure what else there is left to ask you, mate. Apart from when you looked at the schedule of events there for term 3. What's coming up? You were trying to reduce the amount of time you're going to spend in the sim rig, and it looks like you're going to end up spending more.
Yeah, the original plan was, depending on what come next season, I was just going to do supercars, GT3, and then open wheelers on Thursday night. But
now open wheelers on Tuesday.
With the IndyCar, the Prod car selection, the LMP2s, the Porsche Cup, I got a lot to choose from. So that changed my entire point.
Choice is good. There's no doubt about that. What most excited you out of all of that?
I think it's the LMP2. I love driving that LMP2. I don't drive it enough in the Enduros because most people want to do either GTP or GT3. They don't like that middle. But I've been loving driving the LMP2 recently, especially with the rain. That thing is just an absolute. It's planted to the road. I've never had more fun driving an LMP2 car than I have with that thing in the rain.
All right, well that's exciting to hear. So there's one guaranteed starter already in the LMP2. I reckon there'll be a few more where that came from. And what about the rest of the team, mate? What are we feeling for the rest of the week, and who have we got to keep an eye on where?
I'll probably be popping up Wednesday and Thursday night, and more than likely Friday as well. The SRX has been a car that I've fallen in love with this season as well, so yeah, almost every night this week. As much as I'm going to be exhausted from work, it'll be a bit different.
Indeed. I have a feeling I'll be earning the brownie points and earning the sleep at the end of the week after being here Monday, Tuesday and Thursday, and then of course juggling other work commitments the rest of the weekend. Just to recap a couple of things for you, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Kurt, thanks for hanging around tonight, mate. We do appreciate that. Go well for the rest of Grand Final week. I'll probably catch up with you on Thursday. And a big thanks to everybody else that's... okay, Dave Oliver. Yeah, no, we've already seen your entry into pit lane on lap 30, Dave.
Great.
Thank you. It was fantastic. It was terrific. Bit overcommitted, but it is what it is. We couldn't do any of this, it's fair to say, without the great supporters. Waste Options, Sprayton and Cider, Orbic Australia, Lobesy Racing, M-Wave Australia, and Flash Graphics. We thank them very much again for their integral support of Term 2 of 2024 on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Season 17 for this club across Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. Adam Lavis, you've been here pretty much since the outset. Let's get your thoughts, actually, because we know you'll be here with me on the Monday night, but there's a big change coming to Thursday nights, mate, and obviously you must be excited about the prospect of, because we know that you throw your hat into the ring for whatever's on the nights that you're not broadcasting. So the LMP2, and of course you've had a fair bit of success in the open split of the Porsches as well, mate. So nice to see them back, but LMP2 is going to be interesting.
Yeah, it was also interesting, like with the Porsches too, when we did the production car rounds. Like I'm so used to all those all the elite guys being there and being 3-4 seconds off the pace, but only having like one or two of them there, or even that, it was, and we were sort of like getting top fives and close to podiums in the prod cars. It was like, oh, this is nice. Actually, in the battle with the Porsches, so that was a nice feeling. Wonder if that'll translate, because I still haven't decided yet whether with the Porsche Cup, given the numbers we've had recently, whether we're going to just do a straight out single split, or whether we continue with the open and elite multi-split server. I haven't decided yet. That's something I'm going to contemplate over the break. But either way, it should be some good racing, because the Porsche Cup usually puts on good racing. So everyone usually has someone to race with. And yeah, the LMP2, I've done a couple of Enduros with Pete back in the day in the LMP2 car. And it's one of those cars that's once you get into the groove with it, it's all right. But yeah, being a high downforce car, it's one of those cars that once you lose that downforce, it bites you hard real fast. So you got to be careful, but you also got to be committed.
Indeed you do. We're very excited about that. So on a Thursday night in Term 3, but there's still some business to get to as far as Term 2 is concerned. Let's have a look at what's coming away for the remainder of Grand Final week in Term 2 of 2024, Night 2. We are on air for this one too, ladies and gentlemen. 7:25 Eastern Standard Time tomorrow night. The Loebsy Racing Up-and-Comers Van Ryn Cup Grand Finale, Mount Panorama Bathurst. Ferrari GT3's first up, Formula V's second up, Mazda MX-5's third up. 30-minute races for all three, and we'll bring it to you live. Looking forward to that immensely. Now, the following week, as far as I'm aware, this isn't on broadcast. It'll be the grand finale, as has been the case in recent weeks, in recent seasons rather. We pushed the GT1 finale back to accommodate the extended edition of the Up-and-Comers finale. That will come from Bathurst first up, and then Watkins Glen second up. 2 40-minute races there, out with the traditional 90-minute finale because of the fact that they're doubling up on the same night. One was due to iRacing maintenance, the other due to this, of course. Up-and-Comers finale, 7:50 for the first one, 9:20 for the second one. There'll be another qualifying session in between. And well done to all the team that have put that together throughout the course of the season. But yeah, very much an end of an era as far as Tuesday Night Motorsport is concerned. We phase out the All Big Australia GT1 Civil War. And of course, we phase out at the end of a very long run, the Up-and-Comers. So join us for that, because that will be special this week, there's no doubt. Wednesday nights aren't going anywhere. They're staying as they were, but this week, the finale in the production cars for the Toyota 86 from Interlagos. 2 sprint races, 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. Join Liam Banks and Daniel Correa-Sar for that, followed by another trip to Phillip Island. So Phillip Island's getting a good run this week. We take you there for a 60-minute grand finale for GT4 from 8:45 Eastern Standard Time. Thursday night, for one last time, we do an open wheel Thursday, and we're looking forward to this one immensely. 6 races on the schedule for you, folks. We cannot wait for this. And it will be kicking off with a trip to Mugello for Formula V, long laps around there. It's the better part of 1 minute and 3/4 on a motorcycle. So for the Formula Vs, we're talking laps in excess of 2 minutes here. 3 sprint races, the full invert grid for race 2, the top 10 invert for race 3, 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. Daniel Correa-Sar and I with you for that. Then the Super Formula Lights on the concrete canyon that is the Grand Prix of Belle Isle Circuit in Detroit, Michigan. 3-race super sprint there, 8:45 Eastern Standard Time. And of course, a full post-race show to follow as we wrap up another big season of Thursday Night Motorsport and get ready to go back to the future next term. Friday night, the boys, Joe and Nick, will be with you there for the final round of the Stock Car SRX Experience Series from the Daytona International Speedway. It's a 3-race sprint format there. It's on the oval. It will be 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Crash Fest guaranteed. There's always a big one at Daytona, and especially with it being a sprint race format and that you get 2-3 bites at the cherry, expect a big one or two along the way. They'll have some fun with that. Saturday night, the Mountain Men head to Mount Panorama Bathurst for a 50-lap finale to this season of Mountain Men racing in the GT1 cars. That's from 8 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. And as we've already detailed, Monday, July 8. Mark that in your calendar. The next season of GSRC competition gets underway. Same time, same place, same channel across Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube, 7:25 Eastern Standard Time. The Supercars first up, the GTs second up, Monday, July 8th for season 18 for the club and term 3 of 2024. But that's it from us. Night 1 of week 10 of term 2 is done and dusted. Can you believe that? I probably should run through some championship points on the way out, shouldn't I, Adam Lavis? Remind everybody of where we went. So Matty Dench, too good in the end. 119-point victor over Jared Knight. Richard Mitchum held on for third. Simon Nicholson fourth. Oscar Haynes wasn't on the grid tonight, finished fifth. Nick Wood and Thomas Foster on a countback. Wood gets it sixth. 259 points apiece for those pair. David Johnson, 240. Colby Callum, 232. Ash Collins, 222. Remembering that neither Haynes or Collins were on the grid tonight. Richard King slipped out of the top 10. He missed out tonight as well. Aaron Cooper moved his way up to 12th in the points standings. Then Adam Burhop, Jeff Adams, and Sam Muir. So well done to Matty Dench, 119 the margin. And that reads like a very dominant scorecard for the Audi. Audi's 1, 3, 4, and 6. BMW 10, Porsche 5, 8, and 9, and Ferrari 2 and 6. So 4 Audis, 3 Porsches, 2 Ferraris, and a Bimmer in the top 10 in GT3 Pro. GT3 M, let's crown our champion there and acknowledge James Francone holding on and getting the job done to the tune of 94 points over Andrew Franklin, Adam Hennessy, Stephen Gallacher, Ben Lavender. 293 played 292. Franklin just edging out Hennessy for second, and they were 13 points clear then of Stephen Gallacher, who had 8 points over Benny Lavender. A little bit of a gap then back to Bobby Commode. Dale Sharp, after that performance last week in Portugal, finished the season in 7th, but didn't race tonight. Eduardo Zamora, 234. Joe Baldwin, 226 after 6 tonight. Good run from Trucker. And, of course, Dimitri Agathos, who was tonight's race winner. He slid into the top 10 there at the end and moved up a few spots in the process tonight to 221 points. So what's that? 166 points between first and 10th. And interesting again, that manufacturer breakdown, Adam Lavis. We say it all the time that the manufacturer diversity in terms of who's dominant where is always, there's such a vast discrepancy and variance in this. 4 different manufacturers in the top 5: Ferrari, Porsche, BMW, Lamborghini, and then a Mercedes in there as well in the form of Dale Sharp in the top 10. 1, 2, 3, 4 Ferraris, a Lambo, a Merc, 2 BMWs, and 2 Porsches in the top 10. I mean, you look further afield, there's a bloody McLaren down there in the form of Brian Bullock as well. The first of the Audis was Warren Ibert down in 16th. So you had 7 different manufacturers in the first page alone. But James Francone gets the prancing horse of Ferrari on top and does so by 94 points. So well done to James Francone, well done to Dimitri Agathos on winning the race tonight, well done to Matty Dench on winning both the championship and the race finale here in GT3 Pro. Well done to PGZ Motorsport, well clear of anybody else in contention here for the team's championship tonight. HTS, Jared Knight, Aaron Cooper second. The margin 225 points. Holy moly. 30 points then back to Adam Hennessy and Ben Lavender, who are the best of the AM split guys. Twitchy Foots, Richard Mitchum, Andrew Hazard, 4th and 5th place, David Johnson, Ash Collins. Collins not on the grid tonight, might have just cost them there. Dimitri Agathos and Brian Bullock up into 6th. Ramrod Racing, Richard King, Jeff Adams 7th. But in the end, you had 6 Pro, 4 AM teams in the top 10 of the teams bragging rights there. Earlier, just recapping, of course, Super 2 and Super 3 at Mount Panorama. It was Greg Favell winning over Damien Cairns, Stephen Varga, Jake Slade, and Jaden Green were the top 5 in the points there. The race win went to Trent Allen, and 46 points was the winning margin for Favell. Back to Cairns, those 26 points that he pocketed tonight, so very, very important in the grand scheme of things. And in Super 3, Daniel Snedden, both the round winner and the championship winner. So there's commonalities there between Super 3 and GT3 Pro, with the champion also winning the race tonight. And he was 99 clear of Mark McNamara, and 4 Fords in the top 10 there, 6 Holdens. So again, Holden reigns supreme in both splits, Audi and Ferrari in the GT3 splits. And as far as the team's bragging rights were concerned in Super 2 and Super 3, Greg Favell, Damien Cairns, 888 points. Wow. 256 clear of Stephen Varga and Tim Nicol. Nicol, of course, an early exit tonight, I believe, so that didn't help matters there. Jaden Green, Adam Proctor, third, 602 points, 559 for Project 36. Kurt Chapman, Angus Lawford, and the locked-up SimSport entries of Wayne Visser and Chris Stark, the best of the Super 3 teams, 485 points. 9 clear of Daniel Snedden as a one-man band, which says a lot about Snedden's dominance throughout the course of the season in Super 3. And the second of the Project 36 entries, David Waller and Jared Gilbert next home. Wow. Take a breath. We're done. 4 hours and 10 minutes later or something ridiculous like that, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a treat to bring it all to you. We sincerely hope, once again, that you've enjoyed Waste Options, GT3, and the Super 2 and Super 3 series Monday Night Motorsport on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club across Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube, as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you throughout the course of the last 10 weeks. And sincerely hope that you've enjoyed Grand Finale night as well. Thanks for hanging in there with us. We appreciate the fact that you spend your Monday nights with us, 40 weeks a year. We expect some of you will disappear during the Olympics coming up next term. We know that already, but we'll cross that bridge. We'll deal with that when we get to it. Of course, the Olympics will be running concurrently with weeks 4 and 5 of term 3 for us on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. And of course, I know we'll mention it on Thursday night as well, but hats off to all the crew here at the GSRC that go through the motions and put in so much effort behind the scenes that no one here ever sees to make sure the wheels turn in motion the way that they do. They are the unsung heroes of the club, and it's sometimes a very thankless job. And I'm talking about not just the guys in race control, and of course, Paul Wood mentioned there earlier, he does the stewards stuff behind the scenes, the committee level, Adam Lavis and Joe Baldwin and all the crew there. And of course, to all the drivers, we must thank them as well, because if they don't turn up, put simply, there is no show as good as this to put on for you at home. It's one of the best jobs in the business. There's no doubt about that, turning up here on a Monday night and also a Thursday night to call these guys in action. I am going to enjoy the hell out of Thursday night because it's the swan song for Formula V as we know it. But before then, I should say, we need to get through tomorrow night, the Van Ryn Cup finale, the GT3s, the Mazda MX-5s, and the Vs from the island. We'll look forward to your company for that and more as Grand Final week continues on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. In the meantime, on behalf of Adam Lavis and all the crew here, thanks for coming along for the ride. Night 1 of Grand Final week for Term 2 is done, and that guy has a perfect 10. He's a 10-time GT3 champion, and he'll go out in pursuit of 11 from July 8. On behalf of the crew, have a great evening, everybody. I'm Zach Caban. Bye for now.